fellow architects and faithful followers to the stream. Hope you are all doing well tonight. Tonight we have Dark Souls 2. Hello, God Fuzz. Or just Fuzz for those who are... Your friends call you Fuzz. Welcome. In honor of Jinho Yoon, we played through Dark Souls 1. Hello, Mr. Anderson. We played through Dark Souls 1 with the Archmage build, glass cannon build, all about magic damage and little else. And he asked me just before the run ended, when the credits were rolling, hey, you know, maybe you should play Dark Souls 2 and, like, you know, prepare me for in case BDK. Those of you who don't know him in chat, before BDK makes me play Dark Souls 2, like maybe you could show me an OP build in the game. And I figured, well, honestly, I'll explain why I can't really show you as OP a build as you might think, but what I will be doing is doing the Archmage run in Dark Souls 2. It's a lot more complicated. Let's start off here. This is one of the things that I think makes Dark Souls 2 for me the better experience. Not only in terms of the general like improvements with the gameplay and everything. There's some things that are worse about it. Like I think the control, like the moving around, was a little bit like stiff. But you get used to it after a little while. But there's a lot of improvements. Like this is the game that introduced quick climbing on ladders. I believe you can also Estus on ladders. Left stick to jump. Boom. Gene's weaseling. Hey BDK. He's weaseling his way out of DS2 by saying that he's gonna play it if he gets partner, but I have a plan to get him to play Bloodborne. Ooh, let's go. Bloodborne. Yeah, I don't have a PS4, so I can't show that one off, but I will be showing off the equivalent of the Archmage run here. Now, this game gets a lot of flack for a lot of things. Hope you're doing well, BDK. Hope you're doing well, Fuzz. Thank you for coming. Obviously, we're gonna start as a sorcerer, and then we're gonna start with the bonfire ascetic. This will be important part of things. I usually don't bother with other like adjustments and stuff, so we're gonna just continue on here.
All people.
So we're playing unmodded. This is one of the few games I have that I play regularly that is not modded at all. I do sometimes put it on a cheat engine table that allows me to have infinite durability because I want to spam all the cool special attacks in the game, but oftentimes you can't do that because like after like use it twice, everything breaks, and that's not fun. I get some torches because we need those for later boss fight. So this game gets a lot of flack for a lot of things. I'll explain kind of like why I don't think that's the case. Like it's nearly as bad as people make it out to be. Starting with the linearity of the game. So the game is kind of criticized for being like more linear than Dark Souls 1. It's actually about... Which is dying for me. No! I'm okay on my end. No, Fuzz! So... We're back. Good. Welcome back. So, the game is actually quite non-linear. It's sort of like the Dark Souls 1 kind of method, mixed with Demon Souls. So, right at the start, there's like 4 paths you can take. And 2 of the 4 paths are kind of like more blocked off than the other ones. So you have this way over here, this way through that entrance way there. Those of you who know Dark Souls 2 really well, this might about some of the stuff I say might be a little bit like no duh, but I'll just kind of like talk as I go. Nice change. You can just like light a bonfire and not have to actually sit down at it for it to be a checkpoint. That's a nice little quality of life improvement. Lots of the Emerald Herald to get us the Restus Flask Shard. We can just run away from her to skip that dialogue. And the usual thing you do whenever you start a new Dark Souls 2 run is you run around, get all the usual sort of amenities. For example, there's a Estus Flask Shard over here. You start with, unlike the other Souls games, you start with 1 Estus. So, and then you have life gems. I actually like the combination of Estus and life gems. Like the usage of both of them is very useful to me. Having the option is good. Also, you have like different tiers of life gems, and you have different instant backstab is a godsend in the series. Agreed, BDK. Yeah, Dark Souls 2 introduces like the punch, like the preparation for the backstab, and then the backstab. I'm not gonna be doing any of that in this playthrough, but yeah, it's there. Other thing you do first thing is run up over here along the edge of this cliff. And pick up some the free homeward bones. I also love Majula. It's very, very, very pretty. I remember when I first played this game. This was my very first Dark Souls game, and I remember being like, "Wow, this area is amazing." You know, gorgeous. Then we pick up like this life gem, I guess, if we want to do that. There we go. So let's see. Yeah, so there's another way by down here. You have to have, I think, around 21 to 24 vigor to survive this fall. Yeah, fall damage in Dark Souls 2 is insane. You need, like, you take a ton of damage from it. Our design is so simple, but yet so amazing. Yeah, I really like Dark Souls for, like, in terms of aesthetics. Greetings, Rafe. How are you doing? Hope you're well. I like Dark Souls 1's aesthetic because it's sort of juxtaposed with how there are parts of the game where it's like, oh, it's really like dark and bleak and you know, there's a lot of moments where like oh, this is a really beautiful landscape or a really beautiful architecture, right? How are you? Okay, yeah, I'm great. I'm looking forward to this run. It should be interesting. I think we're ready to go to the next thing. So yeah, and the other path here, we can go this way, or we can go across the way there, over where Emerald Herald was. So there are 4 paths to take in the beginning of the game, and the way Dark Souls 2 is sort of designed, it works sort of like initially it works sort of like a hand, where there's a palm, which is like where Majula is, and then there's 4 fingers. So it's kind of like Demon Souls in that regard. But right at the beginning, you can go to 4 different places. The only thing is, much like how in Dark Souls 1, where you're kind of like, oh, I'll go, you know, to the graveyard, I'll go to the catacombs, and you get wrecked. That doesn't happen so much in this game, because instead of doing that, they, hang on, I forget what button this is. There's some button I need to push to, there it goes. Okay, it's M. Okay, there's instead of doing that, there's a statue. There's obviously that jump, that fall into the pit. The pit is, you know, you can get down there, but you just a new player would be like, oh, I just die if I go down there. Game looks better from what I see now. There's some parts of it that are nicer. Some parts are not as nice. It depends. And then the other way, the path that was just outside of Majula, that way is blocked by a petrified statue. We can go that way, and actually we're actually going to go that way because we're playing as a mage. You can. It's probably best that we go down that path. And what else? But we're going to do a small sequence break. Now I say it's a sequence break and not a glitch because that's what it is. It's not so much. Me glitching the game. It's not something that's unintended exactly. It's more like the game designers gave you a lot of freedom as to how you want to kind of deal with problems, and so like you find yourself in front of a petrified statue and you need an item to get to unpetrify the person. And you know, if you can find a way to find a fragrant branch of yore, which is the item you need to deal with that, then that's okay. That's what the solution is. Johnny Mac. I've seen a lot of Johnny Mac soda memes. Oh my Fresca. Played this game, but so I had to do at least 2.5 runs. Yep. I 100% did it. Yeah, I still don't remember much of the game. I think I hurried through it because Dark Souls 3 was around the corner. I don't blame you for that. So, this is a very obvious, very early game trick. A lot of people know about this. Count the steps here. Watch the steps on Dragon Slayer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There you go. So this is a great boss to go after first because it gives you a nice boost of souls for pretty much for free because you don't have to fight him if you do that cheese strat. Count 6 steps because that way. Leave the VOD. Don't let Jin see this. So the reason why you do that is because 6 steps exactly is how much space you have before where you can squeeze to the right. And then have him lunge forward into the pit. So like any more or any less, and he won't go in anymore, and you can't squeeze through the gap there. What a legend! All right, so this here is Lycia. She is the miracle like light-based and healing magic merchant. Here's the thing about this is she actually drops an item that we want. So the quick way everyone usually kills her. They just punch her.
What are you doing?
Don't use your weapons. You want to punch her.
Please.
Because
I've no choice now.
she's designed to always cast magic. And the idea here is to get her off the ledge. So her AI is constantly trying to cast the spell. Not happening. Now, the reason why we're doing that is because she drops a key that we need. Now, normally what you do is you talk to her, and after you're done talking to her, she'll move. She drops the Rotunda Lockstone. Normally what happens is you talk to her, and then she goes to her location to hang on, like set up shop. And in order to reveal one of the paths, you have to like talk to her and have her like perform a miracle. She's like, "Hey, want me to like, reveal a special path for you?" And you go, yeah, and you have to pay her souls in order for her to do it. But it turns out that Lycia is actually a charlatan, and she's just trying to trick you into giving you your souls. So she's like, oh, let me perform this magic, woo, on this lock. But actually, she just has the lockstone, and she's just pushing a button to activate it. When you kill her and you can take the lockstone from her, you can just do it yourself. I will as well, right, Rafe? I definitely will be. I'm not sure what else Johnny Mac can say. I watched the sermon like yesterday, and it was like spot on. So we also have that. We'll see. I'm gonna spam through our Emerald Herald's dialogue. This is how you level up, rather than Dark Souls 1, where you level out the bonfire. So first thing you want to do is in Fresca, best ever. I could do with a Fresca right about now. All of a sudden, I'm parched for a Fresca. That's what all the memes were about on Twitter. Anyway, so for the sequence break, we're gonna need a little bit of vigor to survive the fall. So what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna level all into vigor, and we're also gonna pop his boss soul. His boss soul will give us your souls and will help us survive the fall as well. I'm gonna try just because. Well, I think out of in my opinion, Stone Dial, I think out of all of the people on Fox News, Tucker Carlson seems to be the most like even-handed. Like, because like he talks about. I think I heard him talk about like 2 weeks ago, like about like Republicans and Trump and like you guys gotta get your act together and all that, right? So it's like, yeah, sure, he's on Fox News and stuff, but like he still seems to be like a fairly fair guy. But that's my opinion on it. All right, so here's what we can do. We leveled up, and we're actually gonna use our bonfire aesthetic. This is another amazing thing. Went on the network. Yeah, definitely adamant. Also welcome. So here's the thing. Okay, I don't know, like that could be. So I don't know him intimately. Like that could be what he said. I didn't see that interview specifically, but just from what the clips I've seen on him on Twitter and stuff, seems pretty like a reasonable guy mostly. So one of the excellent things about this game that it introduces and doesn't come back either is the bonfire aesthetic. So take a look at that item here. So basically, you throw it into the bonfire and it strengthens nearby foes. What it really means is that it knocks the game, like that zone, into the next new game. So every new game plus, the game gets a little harder. Enemies and bosses have more HP and do more damage. Some of them have other gimmicks depending on the area. And you might think, well, why would you want to do that? Well, because when you use a bonfire aesthetic in an area, most of the items in the area and the boss respawns. And some bosses have special gear and drops that happen that comes about when you beat them only in New Game Plus. So the useful thing to do for me is usually to get a bonfire stack at the beginning of the game, to take that as my starting gift, and then use that. Unlike Dragon Slayer, you can get a bunch of extra, Dragon Rider, which is what the guy we just fought. And use that to get some extra souls. In this game, the leveling curve is much different than the other games. Every other Souls game has the exact same like leveling curve, where like X amount of souls to next level, TNL, till next level. Here in Dark Souls 2, the leveling curve is very narrow, so you actually level a lot more than you do in the other games. Like we'll be able to get like 50 intelligence in like an hour if we don't like spend too much time talking about stuff. I want to go right over here because there's an item I might want to use. Are flexes in this game? Yes, they are. Wrath of the Gods is in this game, as well as a few other sort of variations therein. So it's the binoculars here. The binoculars are there used to be a glitch that involved them, but not so much anymore. But they're equipment. And what's good about the binoculars for is for an Archmage run or any kind of mage run, is with it you can spell snipe. So you can actually use it to aim your shot, and your spell will kind of travel to the middle of wherever your binoculars are. So I'm not sure if we're going to be needing that or not for this run, but let's just find out. He was shaming people he'd be off TV. I would imagine so, Fuzz. Let's see, what are we doing here? Right, first thing we're going to do is we're gonna get the sequence break here. It's a very small sequence break. It's just to get a free fragrant branch of yore and a couple of twinkling titanite, which are upgrade materials for our run, the weapon that we're gonna be using for most of the run. So getting access to high level upgrade materials would be good early on. We're doing that for two reasons, primarily. The Forest of Fallen Giants is like technically one of two beginner areas. It's the starting area, although you could easily just go the way I went. I'd say that this is kind of the area designed to be the first area of the game. Now you'll notice a few things that are different here. Whoops. It's a little hard to see. Oh, didn't die. A little hard to see right now because I'm fighting close range, but compared to Dark Souls 1, the spell speed and spell accuracy is generally much higher. So like go over this guy. Like look at, boom! Look how fast it casts. Like look how fast the travel time is, as opposed to the soul arrows from the previous game. That headshot there. When you get a headshots are a thing in Dark Souls. So if you get shot in the head by an arrow, you will immediately stagger. Which is what happened there. can fast climb up ladders now. And also, your stamina consumption is very... Like, you have very little stamina in the Dark Souls 2. You do have to be able to be very mindful of that. It's just a life gem. We wouldn't worry about that. So, the thing about Dark Souls 2 that people also don't really like too much is how much headshot. Very unfortunate. Is how much of it where you don't have iframes. Opening doors, you basically have no iframes while opening doors or going through fog walls. You do have like a little bit near the end of the animation, but it's nowhere near as much as the other games. It's gonna throw you people off a lot. So we go ahead and rest up here. Here's what we want to do. So first thing, and over here. Okay, that comes around the corner. I want to drop off over here. In a normal playthrough, there's a really good sword that's like way down there, in a tunnel. Right here, where there's two fellas waiting for us. Look how fast that flies. So the sequence break right here is we're gonna jump from here to over there and pick up the item on that wooden planks there. So what we want to do is just to make sure that we survive. We take off all of our armor. Your armor has an effect on and your weight capacity has an effect on how much damage you take when you fall. So let's see if we can. Nice. There you go. The 2 twinkling and 1 fragrant branch of yore. That's like a little sequence break there. And luckily we picked up all those homeward bones from the beginning, so we can just go ahead and back to the bonfire. So, one of the first things we're going to do is get the run weapon, which is going to be the Staff of Wisdom, and then we're going to also infuse it to do even more damage. One thing to make note of in this game, unlike Dark Souls 1, where like the OP strategy is, you know, it's definitively the, you know, just to use a mage build and like Archmage build. Here in this game, Archmage builds are like they're pretty good, but it's a lot harder to be OP in this game. Even like min-max builds, when it comes to all bosses, doing an all bosses run, there's at least like 2 or 3 builds that you'd have to use if you wanted to like kill bosses in as few hits as possible. Then you want to you need to have at least like 2 or 3 different kinds of builds. Like this is only one of the 3, so there are a number of enemies in this game that are not immune, but they're highly resistant to magic, and so that will be a very difficult fight for me. We're just gonna mash through all of Kale's dialogue here, so he'll give us his key to his house in Majula, and we're doing that because we need what's inside of his house. Pick up this amber herb. Unlike Dark Souls 1, you have amber herbs and twilight herbs and wilted dusk herbs. All 3 of those help to restore a certain amount of spell casts. So there are ways to recover, to like, you know, heal your MP, for lack of a better term. This a little bit more.
I've got
Oh my goodness!
Do all Canadians pronounce the H in herb?
Mostly. Thank you for the 3 months adamant. I think there are some places in America where they also say herb. I know that you guys are weird and say herb. But people everyone I know says herb. So alternatively, you can actually buy a fragrance of yore from this shopkeeper, but it's much easier just to save the souls for leveling up. Just sat on the screen for a good while and waiting for something clever to be read out. So we're gonna go over to Kale's house, the mansion, in Majula. So one of the things that's nice about this game is that it's got, I always talk about incomparables. Like, how late are you going tonight? Should be, all things, if everything goes smoothly, probably midnight. See how far we get, if something comes up or not. So, there's something in games that I absolutely love, and this is why RPGs are kind of my favorite genre. There's something called incomparables, and I always talk about them. What are incomparables? Well, an incomparable is something that, it's a game design element. And basically, it's when an element in a game, like element A and element B, they're not like apples and oranges. Thank you for the lurk, Adamant. They can't be readily compared, hence they're incomparable rather than being comparable. So for me, it's way more exciting when you have that like non-linear progression in terms of items and stuff like that. Soul vessel there, we pick up the soul vessel because lets us respec. So we're gonna need to respec to get all of our levels back off of vigor. So is this way. So if you have sword A and it has 5 strength, and sword B and it has 6 strength, and you're like, well, they both have the same everything else, so all things considered, like, you're gonna pick B, right? It's not really an actual option because you're just like, well, I'm gonna pick option B. Whereas here in Dark Souls games are really good about this, and they get better as the games go on. Dark Souls 1 doesn't have it quite as much, but it gets more and more as the series goes on. Dark Souls 2 has a lot of things that are about, there's lots of weapons and armor and stuff, right? And a lot of it is a matter of, like, what do you want to equip based on what do you want to do, right? So they're not, what is good, what is actually, like, best in slot, depends on what you're, like, where you are and what you're doing and what you're fighting. And we'll see that soon. So, but here's some examples, right? So right now, you start the game as a sorcerer with the sorcerer staff and the dagger, and you might think to yourself, well, I'm gonna go probably refight Dragon Slayer. So you might think to yourself, well, I started the game with the sorcerer staff and the dagger, and every other game, those would be like the beginning weapons, and like they would become bad quickly because like that's kind of how most games are designed. Not in Dark Souls. So in the case of Dark Souls 2, the sorcerer staff, for example, is the second fastest casting implement, like casting sorcerer implement. There are different kinds of implements for casting different kinds of magic, and for sorcery, the only staff better than the sorcerer staff in terms of casting, like fast casting, is the witch tree staff, the witch tree branch, I think it's called. That's the only one that's faster. However, if you want to have you casting dark type magic, also known as hexes in this game, then you want to use the sorcerer staff if you're looking to cast fast. So if you're casting dark type magic and want to cast it fast, use the first sorcerer staff, even though it's the staff you start with the game with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's okay that time. And the witch tree branch, even though it has the most the fastest casting speed of all the staves, because speeds differ depending on the staff you use. You know, it still is going to do a little bit less damage than... what state does Dark Sorceries take in this game? What state? Is it faith? Oh, it's a combination of faith and intelligence. Kind of like pyromancies in Dark Souls 2, I believe, 3. So we're gonna use our soul vessel up here to get rid of our vigor, and we're gonna dump into intelligence right now. What we want to do here, it's at some point we want to get adaptability up to about 30. It's very important because we want our agility. Let me just show you here. Our agility is influenced by our adaptability, and a little bit by our attunement as well. Less so. It's something like every 4 points of attunement you get 1 agility or something like that. And the goal for agility is you want our agility to be at 105 minimum. The reason for that is so that we get so that we can get the equivalent of a fast roll iframes from Dark Souls 1. So in Dark Souls 1, the fast roll iframes is 13 frames. So it's like 4.43 repeating seconds worth of iframes, and which is about equivalent of about 105 agility. You want that right as soon as you can get it. So this is kind of one of the reasons why people didn't like this game to start with, right? Because people didn't know what agility did, what adaptability did. They were like, what's going on? The game feels bad. Why did the game feel bad? Because when you have, let's see, more, we're gonna get to 30 intelligence. Yeah, we're already at 41 intelligence. If you just dump right into it. We've only really beaten 1 boss so far. Let's see, and from here, Fragrant Branch. Does agility affect how quickly you drink Estus too? Yes, it does. It affects how quickly you use Estus flasks, life gems, and divine blessings. The usage between 90 agility and 100 agility is somewhere between, like, at 90 agility, your Estus heal for like, or the time it takes to heal with it takes like 2.3 seconds to complete the whole animation. And at 100 agility, it takes 1.8. So like that's only like a third of a second. So you might think, well, that's not that big of a difference. It actually is. When you're like just nearly dodge out of the way of something, it can really, you know, save you. That's kind of how the casting speeds and other kinds of speeds for items are modulated in this game, where like even like a quarter of a second can be meaningful, or a third of a second. So what else? Life gems, and we talked about more life gems, more homeward bones, and so the reason why everyone thought for a while that the game felt really bad was because they didn't know what ADP did. They were like, hey, I'm a warrior or whatever, I'm gonna level strength, right? And they were leveling strength, and they weren't leveling adaptability, and their agility stayed low. Right now I have 89 agility. You know what that means? That means that my roll right now is worse than a slow roll. It's worse than Dark Souls 1 slow roll in terms of iframes. So here's why everyone why people said it felt bad. Because I'm rolling fine, right? There's no animation for me fat rolling here. But my iframes are equivalent or less than slow roll in Dark Souls 1. So people are like, I'm rolling and I'm getting hit. Like, how that feels terrible. And it's because your iframes and your movement when you roll are not connected necessarily. What really influences your roll is like your roll distance. So here's what I always do. It's not a big ADP is not that big of a deal. All you gotta do is just dump your fight Dragon Rider twice. Get your ADP to 30, which is about where you want it to be for 105 agility. Depending on the class that you pick, and then you're good. Rest of the game, you have the equivalent of fast roll no matter what. So you're, in terms of iframes at least. So you're good. And I understand why the the devs. Let's just use the branch of yore here to unpetrify this lady. There you go. He's blocking the switch. And I understand what the logic was behind the ADP like concept. Because the idea was, well, like, if you have agile characters and you have like tanky characters, and the idea, my theory is the idea was, I'm trying to kite around because I want to get this basilisk out of the way. There we go. My theory is the idea was, okay, well, we have a defensive stat for tanky builds in the form of vitality. And the fast builds should have a defensive stat too. They should have a stat that governs how many iframes they have because they're going to be rolling, and tank builds are not going to be rolling. So theoretically it makes sense, but just, you know, some of the what's the word? The you know, the execution. That's the word. Execution is different. Do fast rolls and ninja flips and DS1 have the same iframes? No. DS1 fast rolls have 13 frames. Ninja flips have 15. So that makes the difference between 0.43 seconds and 0.5 seconds. Because, you know, the game runs at 30 frames a second, and so you're going to be looking at half a second per on your iframes. I mean, later, I mean, the remaster runs at 60, so like they double it, so that way it's more like it's the same. It equals out to be the same amount, half a second of iframes. So like it's not like a buff to that ring or anything. So it's only a difference of 2 frames, but those 2 frames actually do help a little bit to dodge a little bit better. So right now we're actually kind of in a people usually come to this area a little bit later in the game. Ouch. Once they've kind of explored the 2 first areas, like down through Dragon Rider's path, and then down the Forced to Fallen Giants path. But we're actually gonna do it. We did the sequence break, so we're good there. Now the reason why we came here first is because this is the path where we're gonna get some important rings for the build, and as well as access to some rare materials. So first of all, we're taking the left path here. Avoid these falconer knights, and we're gonna. This is the way to the Shrine of Winter. We're actually gonna go left here, and get your arrow out of here. Pick up these Twinkling Titanites. That's what we're here for. Oh, the fall damage is real, right? That fall would normally not like do a fraction of the damage in the game. In Dark Souls 1 and 3 as well. Alright, first death. So we got Twinkling Titanite. We have up to 4 right now. We need 6 to get a +3 Staff of Wisdom. So what we're going to do is head to the east here. Or, I'm not sure which way is which, but we're going to head through the Shaded Woods. And through here, normally what you do to get through this place is it can be very confusing for people. All you gotta do is just hug the left wall and you're good. Only it was just the same again as I learned trying to go down the pit in Majula. Yep. You need it like at least like 24 vitality to like just barely survive the fall. Around 24 vitality, or sorry, vigor. This right here is the old sun ring. This is a really cool ring. Where if an enemy is stun locking you, you can actually put that on, and it'll explode, and it'll do damage to enemies. In this area, there are invisible enemies everywhere. That's what we're here for. These trees right here, also the ones that have faces. If you hit them, they moan, and it distracts the invisible dudes. So if you're ever like staying in here for a while trying to find items and stuff, you want to just hit those guys. Going up on this ledge over here will get you the Clarinth Ring +1. We're not going to be using it because we're a mage, and I like to adhere to my build themes. Oops. There we go. I like how Gower's ring is just a dude hanging off your back. Yeah. Gower's ring is actually really cool. Because not only does it like prevent backstabs, but it also is just a really good ring to like help resist damage from behind. This is where we're just gonna pick up some soul items here because it can be very useful. And heading to this way should be the exit around this guy, and there we go. It's a pretty cool area the first time through. You're like, oh man, what's this mysterious forest? Okay. So now what we want to do is, let's see. We can go, I don't know, like put it all together in my head. We can go talk to Carhillion, because he's sort of like the one of the main magic merchants. Yes, this is the Laughing Curse Pot area. And what we're gonna do actually for this run is I very rarely do this during my sort of challenge / meme runs, is we're actually gonna summon for Najka. And here's why. I did a few tests on Najka, and even with like 50 intelligence, my soul arrows were doing like 70 damage to her or 80 damage to her, and that's because she has a native 65% resistance to magic. So mage builds, even though mage builds should go fight Najka as soon as possible, and like fight and like get to the area beyond her, fighting her as a mage is really very difficult. So we're actually going to summon Man Scorpion Tark to help us fight. Right now, because, as I mentioned, because our iframes are very bad, we're gonna try to use our rolls more for getting out of the way than for iframing through things. If we can, we can't always do that. Luckily, the Cyan Knight is very passive. Yeah. The reason why I'm getting in close range is because his shield will like resist all my magic. So I'm intentionally trying to get around him and. There you go. You can like sort of cast, and the end of the staff is actually where the magic comes from, so you can actually kind of like get around his shield that way. There's many different incomparables in the game, and in any of the Souls games, but especially Dark Souls 2 and onward, that will affect your playstyle depending on how you want to play the game. So even amongst the stabs, yes, they all cast magic, but they all do different stuff. They all have different ranges. They have different casting times. They have different lengths. So in the case of the magic staff, the staff of wisdom, which is what we're going to be using, it's very long. So the section of the staff that actually casts the magic, that's both a pro and a con. So because the staff is very long, when you cast, the magic kind of comes out from above you. So if you're really close range to an enemy and they're more like your size, the magic will go over them. There's a lot of that kind of stuff in these games where there's like considerations about your build. And see, this is what I love about the game, is like you can beat the game with anything, and it doesn't ultimately matter that much, like all that much, like what you use. It's all viable. but you're gonna have different experiences a little, like, depending on what you've been, what you're using, what your build is, and what weapons you've been using in conjunction with your armor and stuff like that. So we're gonna run through the wharf here. There's actually quite a lot of enemies here. We're gonna... you know, if you want to, you can light a torch on fire. These guys are afraid of fire, so they'll run away from you if they see you have fire. Those little like gangly arm guys. Good. Okay, going pretty smoothly here. Avoid that suspicious shadow. Pulling that lever makes the boat come into dock, which is why we're here for. We also have a shortcut here. Trigger that's only in Scholar. Our Hellions over there. What we're gonna do is actually run to the bonfire and reset everything. This is the only Souls game on PS4 where you gotta have similar soul memory, play with friends. Bloodborne used to be level based until they added the update where you can password match. Oh yeah, password match. Like I was saying, right? Every game in the series does better than the last in terms of like quality of life improvements and stuff. So, Dark Souls 1, or like original Dark Souls 1 Prepare to Die, is a nightmare to try to get people, like the people you want to summon them. And then Remaster, they introduced the password system like into the Dark Souls 1, which has been in since like Bloodborne and stuff. So but Dark Souls 2 kind of like was sort of like the prototype where they were trying to do like passwords and stuff. I think you have an option for that here somewhere, or something. But all right. So what I want to do is fight some guys here, and we've basically ran through the whole area now, but I want to get some souls here, and I want to buy something. There's a ring that does increase the upper and lower soul memory ring if you choose the same god. Yes, it's the name engraved ring that will help you to like basically match up with other players, right? They're trying different stuff. Hello, DJ. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. God bless. Yeah, they're trying different stuff to see what they can get to work. Oh. God bless. Yeah. Oh. What happened there is like I shot past him because I was too close to him, and the stick, the end of the staff was too long. Yeah, so Herculean's like, oh, I sense power in you because I see that your intelligence is high. And he sells the sorcerer staff. If you don't have it already, you can get that as an option. He can sell us the clear blue stone ring, which runs spellcasting time, but we have the +1 already, and so that one's better. And unfortunately, I'm always sad about this in any game. You can't stack like rings. You can't stack like the same effect on the same ring. It's a shame. What do you think about the fact that you can be invaded even when you're hollow? If you're hollow, I guess I'm kind of indifferent to it.
One day,
I think it probably is best if that didn't happen, just because, you know, when you, how are you doing today? I'm doing really well. My green screen I got my green screen worked out, looking better, so that's good, and yeah, I'm doing really well. I'm really happy right now. I'm happy everyone is, you know, doing well for the most part. So we're gonna pop some souls here, because after all, we are a, min-max build here. So what I want to do is get a great heavy soul arrow, and I want to get let's get we're doing we're min-maxing for damage, so we don't care about like it does shockwave or yearn. So we want great heavy soul arrow and soul spear barrage. Those are the two like highest damage spells there are here. Aridin, welcome. Trouble is here. Aridin, Trouble, same diff. And so what we're gonna do here is let me see. I think what we need to do now is defeat Lexile Sentry. Oh, thanks. I forgot that he gave that to you. Another ritual band. Put the blue tear stone on. Let's put. So the thing about the Northern Ritual Band is we don't want the +1, and there's reasons for that. So it's because it says it increases spell uses. Yeah, increases spell uses, but at the cost of HP. Here's why. The spells we're going to be using, all glass, let's go. The spells we're going to be using are going to have very few charges and very few casting times, or whatever amounts you can cast them. The way that the Northern Ritual Band works is that there's a no Q, there's a +1 and a +2, and it's increases the amount of spells you have for each spell you spell in your spell slots by 10%, 20%, and 30% respectively. But it lowers your HP by 20%, 35%, and 50% respectively. So here's the problem, is if you have like, one cast of a spell, let's say 2 casts of a spell, 10% of 2 is 1, or 10% of 1 is 1. So if you put on the +1, you actually +1 with the Ritual Band, you actually lose more HP. But for us, we're going to be losing the same amount of we're going to be gaining the same amount of casts, but losing more HP. However, seeing as we're using Soul Arrow right now, I will actually wear that for the moment. What we're going to do is rest up at the bonfire first, replenish our stock of Soul Arrows, and then we're going to try to fight the next boss in the next boss in the playthrough, which is going to be, I think it's going to be Lexile Sentry. Let's go ahead and do this. We only have 1 slot right now. What I'd like to do is get to, if I can, I'd like to get to 20 attunement. 20 attunement would give us 4 slots. So let's see if we can do that. Remember, the leveling curve is much more narrow in Dark Souls 2. We could probably get there just by popping these like random souls that we've been picking up. Boom. Try 8K. Let's see what we got here. Oh wait, I have to go back to Majula. That's right. I'm too used to Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3 Cinders mod, where you can level at the bonfire. It's really inconvenient to go to the Majula every time, but. We're already up to 4 Estus flasks. That's good. Alright, so we're going to focus on attunement slots here. Oh, I'm not even close. I got 2 slots. We'll get a bunch of souls after we beat... well, this game doesn't have a trophy where you have to get all the rings. Yeah, because that would also mean getting the Rings of Illusion and the Ring of Mastery, or whatever it's called. Like there are 2 rings that you can get only by beating the game without touching a bonfire and without dying, which is not an impossible feat, but it's not that fun for me. All right, we have 2 slots. We'll go with this. Now let's mess around a little bit here. Not having it. Gravity will win at least once. Gravity always wins. So let's see. We got 30 casts with Soul Spear. So if we put on the Ritual, gives us 36. So get another slot here. Let's get So Soul Spear Barrage is kind of like a shotgun type spread. So, you know, if you're close up, it's gonna do mumbo damage, but if you're not, it's gonna do wumbo damage. You know what I'm saying? But you know what? Let's try it. And if we run out of spells, you can just hit him with our stick. I know how to beat Flexile without any good weapons, so... Most of the bosses in this game, you know, there's 41 bosses in total in this game. But for the most part, a lot of them are fairly simple, which is not a problem for me. I don't mind that. So, you know, Flexile is a cool boss. He has a cool kind of gimmick where... Well, I mean, you'll see shortly. You know, both sides of him will fight you differently, depending on which side you're fighting. So, club side will always do jump attack like that. Just a Soul Spirit Barrage here. And the sword one's always going to do like that. And usually... So usually what you do... Oh, nice. Stagger. Oh, the staggers! Oh, I was hoping for a stagger there. Bloom? So, like, you know, Soul Spirit Barrage is good. It just lots of little bits of damage. Basic story, if you want to, like, stay close to him, I usually bait out in and out with him, but if you want to fight him close up, you can just, like, roll to the... Generally, what you want to do is roll to the left when you're fighting his sword form. You usually do that combo. If you're fighting his club side, you want to roll to the left. Sorry, roll to the right. What's happening right now is the boat is sinking. So, I'm actually getting slowed down in the water, because now I'm getting, like... I'm walking slower in the water, so it's actually getting harder to roll. The boat never does sink, though. People always think that that's what happened. But there's a certain limit where the water will just stop filling. Yeah, that's the one I want to use. You want him to use because he's got a huge cooldown on that. Yep. Yep, switch to get. Yep, there we go. Stagger, nice. $14K and the Flexile Sentry Soul. That's boss number 2. And so we want to kill him because that gives us access to Carhillion. Like, at least for him to be in Majula. And yeah, I like this fight sort of a race. It's kind of a neat thing. You know, as the fight goes on, it makes it a little bit, again, very well balanced, right? So as the fight goes on, the fight gets a little harder, a little more inconvenient, but it's not like, oh, you die. Like, you die because you drown. I like that. I think that's a good balance point. We're gonna get ourselves to at least 20. Ultimately, the goal is to get to like 99 int and like 94 intel attunement. Because in this game, getting to like very high numbers is more worth it. As opposed to like Dark Souls, the other Dark Souls games, where once you hit the soft cap of like 40, maybe 50, you're like, there's the soft cap is such a leveling past the soft cap is so like not advantageous that it's almost not worth doing. Like you get some benefit from leveling past the soft cap in the other Dark Souls games, but not, and Bloodborne as well, but not as much as in this game. So like for the ultimate spell in the game, Yeah, diminishing returns. You get more diminishing returns in the other Souls games than in this game. So we're actually going to be leveling to at least like intelligence level 64, because the ultimate spell in the game, Soul Geyser, is a 64 intelligence requirement, and just, you know, having more int is good. So we're gonna beeline for 20 to get 2 more slots, and we're gonna pop that soul. No, we're gonna pop that soul. Give us another, what, 8k, 6k. Having those extra slots would be good. Also, you have to consider that some of the more high-powered spells, they require multiple slots. So, like Soul Crystal. Oh, hello, Regenerated. Welcome, Mr. President. So spells like Crystal Soul Spear take 2 slots to use. Unleash Magic takes 3. So we're gonna be doing that. Dark Souls 2, not a game I've played. That's a game I've not played in a long time. Well, BDK was like, hey, I haven't seen you play Dark Souls 2, and I haven't played Dark Souls 2 in a while either. So, I was kind of jonesing for a playthrough, and BDK was like, hey, let's see you do a playthrough of Dark Souls 2. I was like, yeah, sure. I did. It did soar over my head. I'm sorry. That's a game I've not played in a long time. If you said like a long time ago in a galaxy far away or something, I would have got it. You're making fun of me because I don't get sarcasm and because I don't get Star Wars references. Sheesh. Let's see. We beat Flexile Sentry, so now Carhillian's here with us. I want to beat Najka, but I also want to fight... oh, got it. It's actually kind of obscure. Okay. So what we want to do is now get some more spells that are a little more powerful. So we can get Soul Spear pretty early in the game, as long as you know where to find it. So we have to go down the path that Lycia would normally open for us, but we can just open it ourselves. There you go. Hey, Theologian, welcome. And obscure. It's not that obscure. It's one of Obi-Wan's most famous lines. Old Ben gets called Obi-Wan and says, "It's not a name I've heard in a long time." I have not played. I see. I've only ever seen that movie once, so I guess maybe that's why. I had to make him feel better. Sheesh. How you doing, Logan? Welcome. I hope you're well. How's Batman Arkham Knight treating you? You've been doing the whole Batman series recently. Oh. What's this one? Hype. Bungie hype. Oh. So here's another thing we want to do. We don't care about Falcon. He likes Dark Souls. Rude. So actually, let's put spells in order from most powerful to least. There we go. Now Falcon over here, he's the trainer, like the merchant for dark spells, like at least the beginner trainer and merchant. But he'll only talk to you if you have, I think it's something like 22 intelligence and 20 faith. If you don't have that, then he'll just be like, leave me alone, go away. Here's the thing though, is we kind of... Sorry. Here's the thing is we actually kind of want what he has because his hood is really good, and I'll explain why. But right now, we want his stuff, so we're gonna kill him. No, you're thinking of Dark Delver Grandal? This is it's just Falcon the Outcast. Soul Spear Barrage doesn't do super well against small targets like this. It was okay, but the Sunset Staff is what he drops. The Sunset Staff is the weapon of choice if you're doing a dark magic build. There's one staff that's arguably better than it, but that's generally the one you want to go for. And of course, you don't want to kill Falcon. You want to just talk to him instead, and then he'll give you the staff via doing some of his like requests and stuff. But you can just kill him and he drops the staff. Almost killed him in my playthrough. You platinum Arkham Knight. I think Theologan platinumed like all the other Arkham Knight like the Batman games. He's been doing a whole series on it on Saturdays. Excuse me. Oh boy. That was the worst like jam up there for traffic jam. I did on PS4 back in the day. I know I've never really been that much for you know, looking at running after achievements and stuff. I mean, I'll get them if they're there. And thank you everybody for your lulls and your deeds. Your deeds. Horrible habit. Don't start. I need my fix, man. You got any more of those achievements? Get out of here. Trying to just give me around the thing. There's the path up now. Ouch. I think the hardest one was the 5 perfect shots with the tank. Literally me eyeing Cuphead on PS4 this afternoon. You got any more of those? You got any more of them trophies? Get out of here! Let me go through the door, you monkeys. Ouch! Man, fall damage. Oh, bye. Hey, Yoshi. You back in Dark Souls. Or Dank Souls. Dork Souls, as I call it. Hey Yoshi, I liked your what's it called? Bobble? Your work on Bobble. Get your face out of my face. No! Stop getting the thing! There we go. Never bad time to be in Dork Sal's. That's what I say. So that's what we're heading over here because we want Soul Spear. That's the only reason we're here. Thanks, yes I have. Yeah. No! iframes plus. iframes plus. We have slow roll iframes right now. I'm gonna head up over here. And right here is an ambush. Hi. And in here is not that. My famous plus. Hello, Puga. I've always heard that Dark Souls 2 is kind of the black sheep of the series. Why is that? So, I kind of haven't been explaining it throughout this playthrough. Basically, there are a number of things that the game does improve upon, but there are a number of things that the game does kind of strangely that when people first played it, didn't really understand like why it worked that way. And so, case in point, the reason why I was kind of dying there, even though I was rolling, is because normally when you roll, you have a certain amount of invulnerability frames. Generally, it's sort of a fixed amount based upon how your rolling animation is. And shoot from here. Oh! What the crumbs are you doing over there? I mean, I do a lot of damage to you, so it's not a big deal. Get out of here. What ends up happening is, in Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, there's a stat. How does power stancing work? I never did it on my playthrough. So power stancing works. Oh, I forgot. I didn't kill you. Nice. Once you have, thank you for the lurk, Puga. Once you are beyond a certain amount of, there's Soul Spear. Once you're beyond a certain amount of stats, so I think it's something like 1.5 times the stat requirements of the weapon. If you meet the stat requirements of both weapons, you can hold the Y button or the triangle button, and you'll kind of like do a different posture. Instead of like holding weapons like this or something like this, kind of be like holding a different stance, and that's power stance. And that will actually allow you to have a different moveset, and it'll also give you different abilities. So in the case of like, Russ is the wrong way. In the case of like the probably the most well known is the Majestic Greatsword. If you power stance 2 Majestic Greatswords, you'll do this like really cool attack where you'll like spin and then front flip and then slam forward. But if you don't have 2 of them, then you can't, not power stance, you can't do that. So generally, if you're you're good to go ahead and do power stances, and it's generally a good thing to do if you're looking for like DPS. But it is a very stamina intensive. I actually want to get my souls because there's some on that my blood stain. There you go. We're gonna try to get as many one shots as we can. So, all right. So now we're gonna go upgrade to soul spears. There we go. And the next thing we want to do is let's do let's do Najka. The game is actually very non-linear. People give it a hard time, but it's actually a very non-linear game. So, like, to do any one build, like even if you know where to go, any one build, will have you kind of going in every which way, kind of trying to pick up all the items for you there. You have about 2 minutes to the end of the show. So, aw, really? That's too bad, Rafe. Well, I'll actually watch the clip on Twitter then. It's probably short enough. Didn't mean to make you go on tangent while answering Logan's question. No problem. Sorry. Yes. Normally the problem is like it's fine because like when you roll there's an animation for that and it's no problem. But when you slow roll, you have less iframes. So one of the reasons why people thought the game felt bad was because when you roll, it looks like you're rolling fine. But actually, my iframes are much less than the roll would make it seem. And so for a lot of people, they were like, man, this feels terrible because like, I'm trying to dodge and it's not dodging, right? But that's why. It's because there was a stat that they put in Dark Souls 2 that people didn't understand at the beginning of when the game was first released. So in order to summon Tark, we've talked to Shalquar here. Shalquar is this cat person, more of a cat. And she sells the Ring of Whispers. It says, hear the inner voices of surrounding foes, useful for locating hidden enemies, and perhaps for a few other things as well. So, basically, you put it on, when there's an enemy nearby, it'll kind of like give you a little warning. It'll be like, you can hear the sound of enemies enemies nearby. So if there's an ambush coming or something, you can hear it. You can hear them like somewhere. But it says perhaps for a few other things as well. The other things as well is it allows you to talk to Tark. Tark is a scorpion man who normally can't speak to humans, but when you wear that ring, it lets you talk to him. So I'm gonna allow this ring for the run. Pretty handy ring. It can be the first playthrough for sure. You know, obviously if you know where all the ambushes are, it's kind of like, but definitely a handy ring if you want to take up a ring slot. Dark Souls 2 introduces the 4 ring slot system, which I much prefer than the 2 ring slots in Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1. Especially in the case of Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1, because in those 2 games, one of those ring slots is pretty much always taken up. You know, like you always have at least. In Demon Souls, you have the Cling Ring. The Cling Ring is pretty much always on because it's just the best ring. And then like at that point, it's like there's not really that much choice to make in terms of build diversity. And Dark Souls 1, it's pretty much the go-to ring is the maybe. Okay, we're okay. The go-to ring is Dark Souls 1 is the Ring of Favor. Here he is. Talk to him quickly. Human are we? Be gone from this place. Perhaps you can help me. Once you don't get attacked by this guy who's trying to kill me. And you could just kill this guy. He's not like invulnerable or anything. But I can't target him. So one of the things about being invisible in this game is it makes it hard to target enemies. So don't hit him, please. So I'm trying to exhaust his dialogue because that'll make it so I can trigger him to fight in the. Don't fight him. There you go. He has to mention like, hey, my name is Tark, and maybe you can help me kill my. Because Tark basically was like the husband of Nachka, and he's just like, I'm really sad because Nachka turned evil, and I'm here, just like trying to devise a plan to get just to put her out of her misery. And he's like, oh, you're human, you can actually understand me. And he's like, maybe you can help me. I don't really remember too much about myself, but all I remember is I have to put Nachka out of her misery. So it's kind of like what all that was. Spires and Scorpions are both Arachnids. I see what they did with Scorpion Girl. Ditto on the rings. Always Havels and DS1 for me. So yeah, it's like always Havels or Ring of Favor, right? And it's kind of like it's not really that much choice then, is there? You know. We also want to run this way because we want to pick up Forlorn. Okay, so let me explain Forlorn. Number 5 of 6. Get out of the way. So what's Forlorn? Forlorn is a really cool idea. I can't believe they never did anything with it after Dark Souls 2. Basically, the idea is, whenever you're in an area, you can get invaded at any time. And Forlorn is, I can't use the bonfire because Forlorn's in my world. What Forlorn is just a guy who can appear, like he's an NPC who can invade you anywhere. There's a low chance that when you're ever in an area for him to invade. So I don't know why they didn't like expand that concept, because it's a really cool idea to be like, oh man, he could be anywhere. Like there could be a invader who invades me anywhere, right? Because he does it randomly, as opposed to the other invaders in the game where they're all fixed locate. Like you kind of memorize where they're gonna spawn. Forlorn's kind of like he can just show up. I'm surprised they didn't actually go further with that and make more invaders spawn randomly. But yeah, so where is he? I hear footsteps. Is that? Oh, no, that's the basilisks. There he is. Don't you dodge? Oh no! Oh, you got a lot of health, boy. You got a lot of health, fella. I'm just gonna run past here. He might not have a lot of health. He might just have high magic resistance. So I'm gonna go ahead and use an effigy here. And you need to be fully human in order to summon, which is why I did that. Stop. Oof. Give me... I want Tark. Give me Tark. Get out of here. Lure him over here. Oof. Help me, Tark. Help me, Tark. Ah! Oof. There you go. Tank for me. Ah! Still survived. Good job. All right. I'm just gonna reset that. I used up some of my stuff, so I'm actually gonna reset that back to the bonfire. So yeah, cool idea, I think. Okay. Nope. There we go. Oh. But keeping in mind, this is not really the optimum path you want to take as a new player. You'd want to do like, Force of Fallen Giants first thing, because you get access to Melentia. Melentia is like your favorite merchant in the game because she sells infinite life gems, and basically she makes it so you can never run out of healing. So once you beat the last giant, she is unlocked to sell permanent life gems permanently. And yeah, usually, as I said, I don't summon for like challenge and runs and meme runs, but in this case, Nachka is just really resistant to magic, to the point where I could fight her without Tark, but it would involve me like hitting her with my staff once she got to like half health. Now Tark is actually not too bad as far as NPCs go. Not most, but like there's a good amount of NPCs that are very squishy. He's pretty squishy too, but he can actually like take a hit or two before just like dying outright. Like that was Soul Spear, like 206 with a Soul Spear. Did not think she would do that. That's why I kept casting. I thought she would go for more frontal attacks because she was aggroed to Tark. But I think I pulled aggro in the middle of her attack, and it made her want to attack me, which triggered her tail swipe attack. I'm gonna try to keep maybe a little bit further away. Don't worry, there are a limited amount of effigies, sort of, but like you can kind of like humanities in Dark Souls 1 or Embers in Dark Souls 3. They are sort of limited, but you can farm them if you know where to go to farm them. Usually, the game gives you enough where you never really run out, as long as you're not like dying too much. There we go. That HP bar. like tails are kind of more defensive. Like you'll notice how much better like the spells are in this game in terms of like accuracy. I mean, if we juggle hate, we can do that. We can do it that way too. I'm not really using Soul Sweep Barrage super well right now because I'm kind of at mid range. You wanna have all of those orbs hit. This is an easy attack right here. Just stand on this stone platform, the stone like building. But you can never burrow underneath the stone here, only under the sand. So you can just stand here and be perfectly fine. Oofus, most of those missed. And you play as Fire, Frost, Lightning Archmage, or is there only Dark and Light magic? Let's see, there's Fire and Lightning for sure. There's less support in Dark Souls 2 for Frost and other Ice elemental attacks. You could argue that maybe some of the crystal spells kind of have like a icy sort of theme to them, but that's what I usually do. But for the most part, yeah. So I would say yes. Overall, you can do that. It would require a lot of investment into like some stats, but you can definitely do it. There's also like dark magic and light magic as well. Heals and things. As the series goes on, there's more support for more builds. So Dark Souls 2 is kind of like the first game. Oofus! Okay, good job, Tark. You survived too. Summoning of that minion seems alright too. Yep. So when you summon a helper like that, like a phantom, it does give the boss more HP. But it can be worth it if you need distraction and stuff like that. Kind of want to save up for enough points for the BDK build. The BDK build, eh? That's I saw some paladin in there. I saw a little bit of yeah, I saw you because you had a heal. Paladins, I kind of like view paladins as sort of like healer / tank. So like that's kind of what you were doing with Jin at least. So. We're in the Door of Ferris now. This is where we want to go. We're very close to a major upgrade for our build here. We do not want to be carrying around this many souls, so we always want to go back to base and heal up, and not heal up, but level up. And where is she? Here she is. Now, also want to pop this. 8K. Have you played Bloodborne? Yes, I have. I played through it probably 4 or 5 times. I borrowed a friend's PS4. 48 intelligence. Game is top tier aesthetic. Dude, I love me some gothic, some neo-gothic architecture and stuff. That's good stuff. That's good stuff for me, man. So there's some serious beauty that's lost in so much modern architecture, and that you think about Notre Dame and stuff like that. Those are some beautiful buildings, and yeah. Alright, so we're at 48 intelligence. We need 2 more to equip the Staff of Wisdom. And I'll be kind of showing off some of the differences once I acquire it, which will be shortly. For now, we're going to go through a little bit into the optional area, Doors of Pharos. Doors of Pharos is sort of designed after a little bit of what do you call it, Giant's Causeway in Ireland kind of thing, but with a little bit of added weird doors and windows and stuff. It's kind of a neat visual. And while we were in the oh boy, I'm dead. I thought Toxic was bad in Dark Souls 1. Oh, I'm definitely dead now. You thought the Toxic was bad in Dark Souls 1, like you die immediately here doing that. You'd probably just kill them. It's probably be better to do that. Yeah, Bloodborne's got a lot of good things going for it. I think I like it less ultimately because it's less replayable. Oh right, I forgot to do one thing. Once you've defeated Notchka, you can go back to Tark, and he'll give you a Fragrant Branch of Yore, which is the thing that you use to unpetrify people. And like we can use that to get a good part of our build, and I'll also be showing off that. Momentarily, once we get over there. Yeah, Bloodborne's really good. It's got a lot going for it. It's not as replayable as the other games, Dark Souls games, IMO, but doesn't mean it's bad. He's like, hey, thanks for helping me. Be my better half. And thanks. Take this. Leave my friend alone.
But still. Huh? But still.
You know. So if you kill him, I think if you kill him, he gives you the second dragon ring, which gives basically like the Dark Souls 2 equivalent of like the Ring of Favor, and then it's like not as good as the Ring of Favor, but it's like sort of the rough equivalent. And he'll also give you the Black Scorpion Stinger, which is a rapier that I think has poison on it. Bloodborne style encourages getting in and being aggressive, totally, yeah. Not as much in the way of spells and defensive styles, right? And like, you know, that's cool, right? I mean, it's a good game, but there's not as much, like I said, not that much in the way of like making choices for yourself and your build, and right. You have to unpetrify this lion warrior. The curse in this game does not automatically kill you. It just makes you lose a little bit of maximum HP. I'm luring everyone out of there, and I'm gonna see about. Yeah, that's what I thought. They resist magic pretty good, the lion warriors. But like in terms of like, you know, there are different builds for you in Bloodborne. Like you do have like, you know, gun only. You can do gun only pretty good. Arcane only is, even though there's a whole stat for it, doing like an arcane run in Bloodborne is really difficult. Like you really don't even get like your like a good spell quote unquote. They're called hunter tools in Bloodborne, but they're basically spells, and you know, you really don't get anything good until like halfway through the game, or maybe even more. And it's kind of like, you know, okay. We came in here to get this. We can just pick it up. There we go. We die. Doesn't matter if we die here or not. Okay, we got it. We got a Fragrant Branch of Yore out of that chest, so we're still neutral. Like we didn't lose anything by opening that chest, because it took one to get it, and then we get one out of that chest. We did that for the Lion Mage set. Now, what that set does, and this is Dark Souls 2 is really cool for this too. It started introducing more effects on armor and in weapons, as opposed to just like there's only like a small handful of stuff in Dark Souls 1 that has any effect at all. So the Lion Mage robe says here improves casting speed. So you put on the Lion Mage robe and the Lion Mage cuffs and the Lion Mage skirt, and that gives us more casting speed. We're missing now is the head. There is no head for this piece of gear, or for this set. This is the full set. But there's a head piece that we want to get that we'll get after we defeat the Lost Giant. So we did that. Let's go back to here. I tried the Phantasm Shell to substitute, but the Fire Lightning Paper seems to do the job just as well without this arcane commitment. I'm not as familiar with Bloodborne's like sort of systems, so like I'm not sure like what the scaling is and stuff like that. Fire and Lightning Paper will do just will do just fine. Bolt Paper it's called in that game. There we go. This Mastodon guy, we can just avoid him. He's slow. We're gonna take off the Ring of Whispers now. But yeah, the Phantasm Shell will do you. I'm pretty sure that the Phantasm Shell will do you better than the paper if you have arcane leveled, but if you don't, just use the... Okay. Just use the paper and you're fine. That's the way these games are designed, right? It's like... That's what I love about them. Like, there's no wrong choice, right? Like, even if you level... you just level resistance the whole game, there's weapons and stuff that you can still use to your advantage. So level 1, there are weapons in the game, in each of the games that are designed, well, I don't know if they're designed expressly for that, but you can use them very effectively at soul level 1. Good damage. Until we get the Staff of Wisdom. Again, I'm trying to bait out an attack because I want... That shield will block all the damage I do to him. He's gonna run at me. That's Dark Souls for you. There's a lot of that. If you're doing a mage run, this is a good thing to do. Is use the first lockstone on this one. There's a lot of these little like face things. Draw it down here. Like these things are everywhere. They're called these are Ferris contraptions, and a lot of them do different stuff. Most of them don't do anything. So like you want to make sure you use your Ferris lockstones carefully. We came here for this chest. Boom. Twinkling Titanite, that makes 6. That means that when we get the Staff of Wisdom, we can get to a +3 immediately. Because we now have 6, and we have Faint Stone. Faint Stone gives us the ability to infuse our staff with magic, which will help to further boost the damage that it does. So, I mean, we might as well go get the bonfire since we're right there. There's Lockstone again. Look at this area, right? It's beautiful. Like, imagine the concept art for this area. See, this is what I like about this game's aesthetic versus like Dark Souls aesthetics in the general, as opposed to like say something like Darkest Dungeon, where it's like it all feels very bleak and dark. Where here it's like, oh, there's actual beauty in the world juxtaposed with all of the bleakness, and I like that sort of like this is gorgeous to me. You go Dark Souls 3, and the first time you get to Earthiel of the Boreal Valley, you're like, wow, this is like a beautiful like portrait here, beautiful landscape. Okay, so we got that, which means we're good to go back to Grimm's Respite, and we're gonna go into Brightstone Seldora, which is the last zone for this kind of finger of the hand of this path. What's this over here? A single life gem. No wonder I don't remember what that is. Generally, if I don't remember what an item is in these games, it's probably not very good. Not always, but generally that's the rule, I find. Oof, one shot, nice. kill in there too much. But there you go. Through that area. The boss of that area is optional, so we don't even have to fight it. I think there is a soul item here. No, Radiant Lip Gem. My mistake. Okay, we're almost there. Man, we are really hollowed out right now. Yeah, there are so many incomparables in these games. Like they try to like think out like, well, we want to make all of the different methods of combat possible, but without making it so you have to use this or that, right? So, like, weapons are designed for so many different things. Like, off the top of my head, like reach, like outside of just basic moveset, which like moveset is a factor when it comes to your ability to fight in certain locations. So like, if you're fighting in a small enclosed space, using a greatsword that has lots of cleaves, like side-to-side cleaves, means you're going to be bouncing off of walls a lot more, so it's actually harder to fight in like a little tunnel when you're fighting there with a greatsword than as opposed to like with a spear. You know, there's that consideration. But aside from that, there's also like even weapons within. Hey, Jin, how are you? So we have to run into the well here. Peg. This Peg is gonna murder us if we don't stop him from murdering us. Okay, we're good. Doing good. Just got home from Bible study. Oh yeah, of course, it's Tuesday. So here we go. This is it. This is gonna be the weapon that we're gonna be using for most of the run. We finally made it. All we have to do now is just defeat this mimic, who is definitely here. Okay, not hitting him because the staff is. There we go. Uh oh. Ah, I knew it! I knew it! As soon as I cast a spell, I knew I shouldn't have done it. I knew it. Because he would grab me. So, these Dark Souls, these mimics in particular, they're kind of like were a surprise to a lot of people because Dark Souls 1, there's only one type of mimic, and it's like the ones that just, they stand up, right? So people thought, oh, mimic. I know what mimics do, so like they tried to fight the mimic, and what ends up happening is like you attack it, and then it just tries to grab you, and it fights differently than other mimics, the four-legged ones. And the same thing applies even when you try to like, even if you know it's a mimic and you try to like get behind it and then you hit it from the back, it'll like pop open and still grab you. Go ahead and use a effigy here. But yeah, so there's lots of things to consider with weapons, right? So even though weapons are of the same class, like not all spears and not all swords and not all halberds or what have you are created equal, right? That time the guy didn't aggro. And they differ in reach and range and like elemental affinity. Ugh. I missed my initial attack there. Good thing I used my effigy there. Alright, try this again. This time, let's attack once here. You back off. Let him like jump out. There you go. Iframes, please. Okay, well, I'm down here now. Ah! Bloom? Now what? Well, I guess I can try to... Oh, jeez! Okay, we're good. And... ta-da! Dark leggings, which is, you know, it's fine, but Staff of Wisdom. Okay, so let's take a look at what we have here. I also need to go to here because I have to buy the key to the blacksmith's shop from Valencia, and then we can go and upgrade our stuff. Which is right here. Now let's just talk to her a bunch. There you go. When she says it's high time until I picked up and moved on, that means when you exhaust that dialogue to get her to say that, that means that when you defeat Last Giant, she'll move to the Majula and she'll sell infinite life gems. Very, very important point. First playthrough, I did not know that she moved and that she sells infinite life gems because it was my first Dark Souls game. How am I supposed to know that when you talk to somebody and you exhaust their dialogue, they will move to a different location and sell different items, right? You're not gonna know that. So, all right, so here we go. Boom. We have some souls here to pop. That's good. 5k. This should be 3, I think. Yep. Let's pop the rest of them, I guess. Okay. So we ran around and we got some stuff before here, so we can reinforce. We're gonna right to the Staff of Wisdom. Takes Twinkling Titanite, takes 50 intelligence to wield. So we can go 1, 2, 3, and now we need 9 more for the final last 2 upgrades. Maximum of Staff of Wisdom is +5. We also need 2 more intelligence to actually equip it and wield it. I don't think we have enough for 2. Oh, we do! Nice! Alright. Perfect. Look at how perfect that is. Okay. And so now, we need like a target. We need a thing to kill. Let's go here. Because now we're going to beat the last giant. So, we're only an hour, like less than 2 hours in. We already have one of the best staves in the game for an Archmage, like all-out magic attack build. There's one staff that's better than it, but it only comes like much later in the game. So we kind of sequence broke a little bit there to get it, but here we're gonna go. Here we go. So so the Staff of Wisdom, take a look at that. It's much longer, and because of the magic comes out of the end of the staff, it does affect your. Good thing Jinho missed the Dragon Rider cheese, phew, right? Yeah, twice. Because the magic comes at the end of the staff, it does affect the way that the spells are kind of arc and generally will shoot. Also, it casts slower than the Sorcerer Staff. It might not be that noticeable, but it is a consideration. As long as you saw it, I'm good. So let's try a Soul Spears here. So we got Soul Spear, 626. Okay. Let's put on the Staff of Wisdom. We spawn this guy, 626, and Staff of Wisdom. 963. So we're looking at like 300 more damage. So that's, what was that? Like 50% more damage? Also VODs. We do things the straightforward way. Yes. Play the game vanilla. And no sequence breaking like I did. So that was about like 50% more damage or so. We want it to do more damage though, because no duh, right? So next thing we have to do in order to do more damage is we need to defeat the last giant, so that way we can get to Pursuer, so we can get to the Lost Bastille. Okay, got it. Sometimes it helps. For some reason, sometimes it helps me to organize my thoughts if I close my eyes. All right, and oh, also, yeah, once we kill Lost Giant, we'll also get our headpiece that we'll be using, and I'll explain why it's so good once we get it. Maybe you do. Yeah, well, Jin just summons BDK, summons his paladin ways. I should gonna see if I can solo Pursuer like by doing this. Oh, nice. Nice, that's really good damage. I forgot I just haven't leveled my adaptability at all, so that's bad. Get out of here, random dude. No. No. My iframes. Oof. 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 Oof, that damage is good, man. That's good stuff. Beautiful. Alright, well. That was actually a boss that we fight later on, but you can choose to fight him early. And there you go. Victor just gave me his initial idea of my podcast art. Looks good. Oh, you commissioned Vector to give you some podcast art. That's nice. Nice. Well, he knows his way around art, so. Hello? There it goes. Oop. Yeah, those blisters are all like pointed at you, and so if you walk into that room, they just shoot you. So you just like walk here, and then you just roll out of the way. So there you go. So like my staff went past him there, and so my magic went around him. This is also where you get Great Soul Arrow, which we probably want to upgrade into. Okay, and oh. Oh. So like that's the thing. Like Sorcerer Staff would have been able to hit him there. You have to do a lot more luring enemies away from fog gates and stuff here because you have very little iframes when operating stuff like that. Here's the shortcut. Oops. Oh, I was lucky. Excuse me. Excuse. Okay. And let's this is stronger. I'll equip that. A lot of, you know, as you would expect, a lot of the spells are a matter of like the stronger ones will have less maximum charges and stuff. So, you know, Jin sort of stuck with the soul arrow kind of strategy for a lot of the game because you need those charges, but if you're strong enough, you don't really need it. You don't really need the extra charges, right? Alright, this should be pretty quick. This should be like 4 hits? Maybe? Nice. Get wrecked. You can just say I'm weak instead of being fancy about it. Well, I didn't say I'd say that you're weak. So yeah, I mean, Munchia's gone now. Back to Majula. Hey, I didn't think you were weak. I think by the end of the game, you had a pretty close to optimum build. You had TCC, you had Bellowing Dragon Crest. You know, you're missing Dust Crown and then maybe Power Within, and that was it. So you had me. Oh, well, that too. Soul Pursuer. Soul Lost Giant. And then we want to buy, because we killed Falcon, instead of his stuff like being given to us via quest, she sells the items of people who you killed. So here's Lycia's stat, and here's the Hexer stat, which is Falcon's stuff. And his headpiece increases the number of casts for each spell. That's going to probably be our headpiece. There's one other headpiece that will improve the amount of damage we do, but unfortunately it's a rare drop that only will like have a chance to drop like once per playthrough. I don't know why they did that, because it's kind of dumb, but there you go. So you'll notice, let me just look at my soul spears here. So we got 3, 4, 12, 18. 3, 4, 12, 18. Put that on. So we got 3, 4, 13, 19. So the Hexer set, so the Hexer hood specifically gives you +1 in intelligence and +1 faith. It also helps you toward getting more casts. So this will probably be our armor set for the rest of the game, unless we get that rare drop, and then we'll equip that. But yeah. What else? Now we can level, and we've gotten to like the first sort of goal, which is to get 20 attunement and 50 intelligence. And so what I want to do, I want to get my agility up quickly, like as soon as possible, because just having a good roll is important. So this will improve my iframes as well as the speed by which I use my healing items. And so we'll keep leveling adaptability until we get to around 105 agility, and we'll see like how that feels as we go. We're already level 61. Like Dark Souls 1, you're around level 61 near the end of the game, so that's how much steep the level curve is. How narrow it is. So now we've beaten both Pursuer and Last Giant, we can go to Lost Bastille, but the other way, the other path, which is This way. We've definitely played this game together before. We haven't. I played on your file whenever I came over, but we've never played together. Maybe. I definitely remember playing through the area with the pursuer. Purse user. This. We used the soldier key that we got from the Lost Giant to open this door. Oop. And this is normally where you'd fight the pursuer if you didn't fight him before, but I did. I could have also shown you the cheese with the ballista, but I wanted to just fight him then. You can actually shoot pursuer with the ballista, and he'll just die. He'll be, not only will it do like 3/4 of his health, but it also will stagger him, and then you just shoot it at him again, and then he dies. Played DS2 alone on my file. I remember because I had to grind out the sunlight metals. Ooh. Otherwise, I would have just helped you out as a sun bro. Yeah, that's something that I wish they would fix in like the later games. We came here for the dull ember. Dull embers are what we're gonna use to buff our staff with magic. So we're gonna be doing even more damage. Oh, I should have brought fire bombs. Okay, this is like kind of a janky thing part of the game. Oof. One shot from that big boy. That's good. What's in this chest again? I actually don't remember. The antiquated key, maybe? Or... Yes. So 963 on these bros. And 63. So here's some jank right here. This barrel needs to roll down the stairs to hit that wall. If it hits the wall, it'll explode, and then the wall will fall away. Then there's behind the wall is a bonfire and a secret blacksmith. But because of the way like Havoc physics works, sometimes it'll just like roll and just like go whoop and just not hit the wall. Wish me luck. Da 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 da. So this is why you normally bring like a firebomb with you or a fire weapon, which can ignite the thing. And I use a pyromancy glove. Hooray! Yes! It works. I never tried that before. It's a good idea. Let's see. Most of these are pretty useful chests to get if you're playing through a regular playthrough, because like there's like large Titanite shards in there. There's 5 Titanite shards in here, so that's good stuff to have. Talk to McDoof. Flame.
I smell flame upon you.
Yeah, flame.
I'm so right.
So he's like, hand me the dull ember, and you say yes because that was the only reason why you'd have it. Hot fire, cheese. So giving him the dull ember lets you infuse with him. Now an infusion is like a whole thing. Like most players don't even want to bother with it because it's a whole system where like any weapon and like staff and shield you can infuse with different elements, right? So here's magic, here's dark. There's a whole bunch of those ones listed there. And that'll change how the damage works on the weapons, and depending on the weapon, different weapons will respond differently to how they're infused. Like I said, right, Dark Souls is all about this kind of stuff, like hidden stuff that doesn't really matter, but it's still there for the really hardcore people to figure out, and uncover. So for the Staff of Wisdom, the best infusion for it is the magic infusion. Some weapons scale really well with infusions, and some don't scale at all, and it's actually better to not infuse them at all. And they actually lose damage if you infuse them. So it's just a matter of kind of like community effort to try and like trial and error figure out what does what. But basically, yeah, you want a magic Staff of Wisdom. We use the Faint Stone that we got in that chest in Doors of Pharos to do that. And so now, let's test this out. So our soul spears were doing 930. What was it? 936 to those like big guys. Okay, so let's try out the soul spear now. It was 936, I think it was. And let's see what we got here. 1026. So that's like almost 100 more damage, maybe a little less. So that's worth it. Next thing. So we've got a pretty high-leveled magic Staff of Wisdom, and we need to get more powerful spells. The next most powerful spell that we can acquire at this point in the game would be it would probably be Najka. Not Najka. Duke's Freya. Is the shotgun in this game Dark Bead? I don't believe so, no. I think it didn't make the cut. But there are a couple spells that are shotgun-like that have the same sort of function. Like you've already seen Soul Spear Barrage, which is this. So that's not a very good spell far away, but up close it's good. Flex made the cut. I'm pretty sure Flex made the cut. I'm like 90% sure. I forgot. I don't remember all of the miracle type spells. Probably because it's too OP. Yeah, I gotta say, like I was trying to like prepare like an OP build for this playthrough, and I realized, this game is actually balanced in a way where things are OP. They can become OP, but they're not as OP as Dark Souls 1 can be. So like in Dark Souls 1, the solution to every encounter is just use an Archmage like type build. Glass cannon type build. And here it's like even if you are min-maxing for damage and like your goal is to kill a bosses in the fewest hits possible, even then, because of the way elemental affinities work and stuff, you're still gonna need to be able to use like probably like 2 to 3 different kinds of builds. Because some guys will die quickly to like dark magic, and some will die quickly to like this type of magic, like sorcery magic. And others will die to like miracles and stuff like that. So start this battle over here by running over here. The pews will block the attack from. Nice. Nice. You want to use the pews to block the lightning? Beautiful. This is a very easy boss. I mean, if you're depending on the build, it can be a little harder, but obviously we're doing a lot of damage here, so So that was probably Magus in the congregation. Easy. And we're gonna get the bonfire aesthetic over here. Bonfire aesthetics are an awesome little thing that they should have brought back in the later games. It's a very cool system, like a thing where you can send a zone, an area of the game into New Game Plus. And you might think, well, why would you want to do that? Well, it's because when you send an area into New Game Plus, most of the items in the area respawn, so you can actually farm for, like, for example, late game, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using bonfire aesthetics to respawn. Is this already New Game Plus? No, it's new game. But what we're going to be doing is we're going to be like going to the place where the best spell in the game is, the strongest, most powerful spell in the game is, and then we're going to be using bonfire aesthetics to respawn the item, so that way we can have an entire like a spell slots just full of that one spell, and that way we can just be wrecking faces. Now, here's where I've forgotten where to go a little bit, because there is a way to get down below me, and there's a ring that I want that is below in the room below me. So let me just see. Choosing the whole game. That's kind of the deal with this build. This build is about doing as much damage as possible with magic, and so you're gonna have that happen, right? Okay, missed a hit there. So let's see here. Cheese build. Yeah, but like I said, it's not as cheesy as Star Wars 1. Still good though, as we've been seeing. Now there was a room with a ring. Well, where is the room? Not in there, is it? No, it's a dead end. It's no, it's below Pate's. It's below this room over on the right here, right here, below here. What is down there? There's a sorcerer down there. I don't usually hang around too much in this area, so I don't remember where everything is. Oh my goodness, there's a spider down in there. Oh gosh, I missed my swing. Loom? Get out of here. Oops. There's nothing. This is just a spider. This is a trap. Yeah. So I'm not super familiar with this area. Usually I just run through it. Why can you touch blood as an interaction? Touching a blood stain will cause you to see the last like 5 to 10 seconds of a person person who's playing the game the same time as you. To cause you to see what they were doing like 5 to 10 seconds before they died. They fell into the pit. So that like is sort of a diegetic way for the game world to tell you, hey, there's a trap here or there's an ambush here. Sometimes it's not always helpful. You have to see their shame, basically. Yeah. Sometimes it's just like, oh, okay, well he got killed by something. All right. Other time it's like, well, is there a trap ahead? Is there a? Yeah, he's just people just fall into the pits. No. So I'm trying to figure out. Where's Titanite Shard? Dragon Bone. So here's where the reach of the Staff of Wisdom comes in handy, because as you saw there, I was hitting that sorcerer, and because my staff was so tall, I was able to shoot him even though he was above me. So that's kind of neat. There's these little elements like that come from trying out different weapons and play styles and stuff. This is why I'm not sure what to do here, because I'm supposed to. Is there a path that way? That spire just killed himself. There's some path that leads to... No. This is a dead end. Nope. Interesting. Am I just trapped here, or? Oh, I thought I could sneak in there. I'm gonna spend some time in this area because, yeah, you can plunge attack with the staff there, as you just saw. I'm gonna spend some time here because I don't remember this area very well. I just run through it normally and just go right to the boss. And there's a ring in this area that I really want to get. I don't remember where it is. I'm gonna try to get down there. Where do those spires come from? From over here? If I went over here to get this item? Yeah, they come from over there. Okay. Oofus. Alright. So, there's a door over there. Actually, this way is the way to, I think, the boss soul lady. The door's open from the side, right? Yep. Yep. So I do usually go down here because this is like right here is where the NPC spawns, that where you can exchange your boss souls for weapons and stuff. That's a pretty cool person to get access to. One-shotting spiders is nice. Now, from here, the basilisk, come here. Also, the bowman will invade you here. That's no surprise. Don't shoot at your Avalon. Get over here. Nope. Should have started casting as he was coming into the doorway. So like here's another like small little subtle thing. If I had been using the sorcerer staff, I would have been able to get the spell off. Because look, if you watch the timing, it's subtle, but watch the casting time. Okay. Okay. Sorcerer staff. It's like it's a little hard to see on like with the eye, but you're looking at like a quarter of a second to maybe even half a second. Which again you might think, well, that's not that big of a deal. It is when it's like fights like that where it's like you're like, if I could just roll right now, that would be great, and I could like avoid getting that last tick of damage on me. Doesn't really do anything different, yeah. Like a lot of times, like the difference between 90 agility and 100 agility between like drinking Estus is a difference of like a third of a second. So you might think that 30 seconds is not going to be that worth that much, but it actually is. You can see it more distinctly. The longer your casting time is on a spell to begin with, the more you're going to notice the difference. So if we get the spell's Soul Vortex, I can probably show it off a little better, because that wouldn't have like a more distinct casting time. It's very long. So, what about over here? Let me try going the other way. Like if we go this way. This is Homeward Bones, right? Torches? Torches. A torch. Okay, so here we have a few options. I think that's a trap, that door there. If I remember right, that door is actually full of... Oh, here it is. I think, right? You go in there, and then there's a... Yeah. There's a that chest there. How do I get inside this room, though? Can't seem to... I can't hit him with... Let me just try. Yep, that works. It's short enough. Staff of Wisdom was too long, so it was hitting the top of the rock. So I was actually canceling out the magic there. You see that coming, did you? Can't walk onto the spider. Just go around? You just go around here? Oh, you just go around. Like this. There we go. And over here. Now, I think you have to do something to lower this shelf or something. What do you do again? I really don't remember. Is there a switch in here somewhere? I haven't gotten this ring in ages, so I don't remember how to do it. Oh, there it is. Oop. Just jump across. There we go. Southern Ritual Band +1. That's gonna give us 2 more attunement slots. And now, I think that's all that's in this room, right? Now what I want to do is actually head back to the bonfire, because we want to do something here. And this is another little trick. This is something that Gene will want to know about. Because I think, Gene, you also you're not a huge fan of spiders, are you? Yeah, 2 more slots. Let's put that on. So here's a trick. When you're by a bonfire, fires are the worst. Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that we're gonna go fight a spider boss. So here's a little trick here. When you're by a bonfire, you just hit Y to toggle between the 2 options, and you have rest of the bonfire, or you have light torch. So we're gonna light a torch. We have 30 minutes of torch time. You see that on the left above where the torch is. And the spiders in this game have a little gimmick where they're afraid of fire. They fear fire. So, do you know we're not like grounded? Oh yeah, that's right. So, in the fight, you know, like any spider boss in any RPG, the big boss is gonna have a bunch of spiders around with him. Welcome back, DJ. Welcome back, indeed. We have a bunch of spiders surrounding them. But if you have a torch with you, then the little spider minions won't want to approach you. The big boss doesn't care if you have a torch or not, but the little minions. I see they're like jumping away. They might get a little bit cocky and start like attacking me anyway, but there's an arachnophobia option in the settings. I'm not 100% sure what it does. Oh, that's foreboding. So here's the problem with this boss. Once again, this is a good boss to defeat if you're a mage. And the problem is like this boss really resists magic. So, like, we're gonna see how this is gonna go. Probably making more spiders. So the trick to the fight is you have to kind of go mid. Like if you're solo, obviously if you're playing with people, then it's not a problem as much. But so like 513 is good, but for like how tricked out we are, it's not good. So what we want to do is bait out that laser attack. Right now, like normally what would be happening is that the minions would be like kind of like nipping at you and biting you and stuff, and it gets really annoying if you're trying to aim at a target. So I mean, damage is pretty good considering. There you go. Pretty good considering. So yeah, you got two heads. And the whole trick to the fight basically is just to bait out his attack where he like gets on he raises his front two like legs and shoots the laser from left to right. This gives you time to run to the opposite side of his body and shoot her with the with whatever you got. Yes, it is two-headed. Damage is actually a lot better than I thought it'd be. I'll be honest. Ooh, that was close. So we're going mid to bait out the laser. So you're gonna turn to me, laser. Yep. Eventually you get used to like watching the very beginnings of an animation, and then you know it's gonna work out. That was a stagger, wow. So these spiders just don't care. They're running away, they're not attacking me. Very helpful. Just thought that was the... Here he goes. So this is why we picked up the torch, torches throughout the game to this point, because we wanted to use it for this. Make sure when you beat Freya, you pick up this item right here. That's actually what you're actually here for, is the Great Soul. It's kind of a neat thing where like the story goes that this dragon right here, this is actually supposed to be the boss, but then Dukester Freya came in and just killed this thing, and so his actual soul dropped out of his mouth and fell over here. And so Freya is not actually the boss you're here to kill. The Freya already killed the boss you came to kill. So let's put out the torch. And, whoops. And let's go ahead and deal with this guy. There we go. He gives you a Freya Branch of Yore, and he gives you the Dark Quartz Ring, which is dark defense, and he gives you the Brightstone Key, which will unlock a couple of doors in the area. And with that, we have gotten our first. Why can't you just pick up the soul and leave and not fight? I think it is. I don't think it spawns until you defeat Freya. No, you should have waited, Freya. So that's the first of the 4 primal bonfires. So in Dark Souls 1, you had to like kill the 4 Lord Soul bosses. Well, here you have to defeat the 4 Great Soul bosses and then light the primal bonfires. Now.
You have
She's like, oh, you've acquired like an old soul, old one soul. That's more than can be said for most undead. Once again, we're gonna level our agility till we get to 105. Getting more iframes. Is it always 4? Like in every game? You mean like in the series? Yeah, it's generally 4. Don't know why. So here's what we're gonna do. This is why I wanted to beat Duke's Deer Freya first. Because we're going to use a bonfire aesthetic. Because unlike the other games, bosses will act differently a little bit and will also drop certain drops. And in order to get Crystal Soul Spear, it drops off of... I don't know if it drops directly off of Duke's Deer Freya, but Crystal Soul Spear drops off of her. So... because the developers are all squares. Got him! So we're gonna use a bonfire aesthetic. So what's gonna happen now? This zone is now gonna like up 1 game level. This zone is now where it would be if I played through the entire game and came back here. We're gonna light the torch to. So she's gonna be a little harder to kill. She's gonna have more HP. Also, if you go into New Game Plus, while, you know, but you use the bonfire aesthetic, then all of the game areas will go up. So if I were to go into New Game Plus, in this playthrough, the next time I play through the game, this area would be +3, rather than +2, or sorry, +1, I should say. Yoshi, hello. My day has been a little better since I hanged out with a friend, but still, I don't feel that well. I'm sorry, DJ. A shame. Yep, yep. Well, the hero's good. Dude, get out of there. I thought maybe I could like squeeze past him, but no. I mean, that's pretty good, right? Like, this is entire new game cycle, up, and I didn't die in 1 hit, and I have like how much? I have 5 vigor, so that's not bad, right? All things considered. Yeah, I hope tonight will be better for you. Yeah, take care of yourself, DJ. We're here for you. Sure, what we could do. Yeah, you know, we'll be praying for you. Again, let me just go right in here. There we go. Turn around. Now he's aggroed. You can also use the Brightstone Key to open this door. There's a fireball. There's a great fireball spell and the Black Knight Ultra Greatsword, I think, in there. Both good items, but not for us. Sure, DJ. Yeah, anytime. Oh, can I not run on this stuff? Which not surprising. Whoop. Whoop. Wait, what? Where's the boss? What the? I don't know. I do like learning very much. Why isn't the boss here? Something that you learned recently. I learned that Seventh-day Adventists are similar to are quite not quite as different from Christians as I once thought. That came up last week because of the Dr. Witnesser stuff. So I did some research on my own to kind of figure that out. It's weird. I wonder what happened there. Gonna have to. Maybe I used the wrong bonfire. For a soft lock, and I don't think so. I may have used the wrong bonfire, possibly. And I because the bonfire that you use the aesthetic in will have an effect on. You sell aesthetics? No. Will have an effect on like the area, right? So if it was like the wrong bonfire, I may have used it incorrectly, which means where else can we buy bonfire aesthetics or otherwise acquire them? Do you sell one? No, you sell repair powder and titanite shards. Do you sell one? Whatever your name is, I don't remember your name. Guy I usually kill for his armor set.
Welcome.
Moglin.
I could.
No, you sell armor. That's what you said you do.
I do hope I see you again.
Does Shalquar sell it? It's not Rip Run. Not Rip Run though. It's just I would like to. No, Homer Bones, Prism Stones, the Luring Skulls, Load Talismans.
Nothing suited you, I presume.
Let me try Carhelion. He's over here. Rip Spell. Yeah, it could be Rip Spell, possibly. But let me see. Nope, he sells Amber Herbs, Twilight Herbs, and Simpleton Spice. Who the crumbs sells? I know there are NPCs that sell bonfire aesthetics. Rosabeth? Is Rosabeth here? No. I have to go get her. Hang on. Let me just check to see if she sells something I might want. Lucatiel doesn't sell anything because she's not a shopkeeper. She's a quest giver. And who else? There's here's Rosabeth, and here's what's her name?
What? No. Name's
Benhart of Yugo.
You
You could summon him for fights.
Thank you. Oh, I still. Well, so.
Prism stones.
I was attacked. But do you. I'll take anything. Just.
You can give her things to wear. Yeah, that's what she asks for. She sells the quartz rings, which are defenses of various elements. She sells fire seeds and defense items. She sells pyromancy, flame, like spells, poison mist, flash sweat, iron flesh. Those are buff spells. Nope.
Be safe.
Here.
Just
Give equipment. Give her the, give her this. And give her this. There you go.
thank you so much.
Change of clothes. I think that's what triggers her to come to Majula, instead of having to run all the way out to her. Not that we really need her for anything, but okay. So not is it rip spell? Hang on a second. I thought I had I pride myself on on knowing where everything is in these games. Where the heck is the bonfire aesthetics? Dark Souls 2 bonfire aesthetic. You can buy them from Novlon, you can buy them from Grandal. Right, that's right. Okay, you can buy one from Cloanne. I forgot about that. Okay. Okay, change of plans. Let's do Skeleton Lords boss instead. Which means we head down this way. We head down to where we found Soul Spear. This way. Bridge approach. We'll skip Executioner's Chariot for now because he's optional. And we'll fight Skeleton Lords. Once we're past Skeleton Lords, we can get to Cloanne. When sells the bonfire set, we can buy it from her, and we can try using it at a different bonfire and see if that was the problem. Nope. Maybe so. Maybe actually yes. I'll turn right around there. That poison just very, very narrowly didn't poison me. That switch operates this bridge. Just have to wait for it to lower, in which case you have to just kite around a little bit. Man, it's been a while since I played through with such low HP. I guess that's the same way with Dark Souls 1. Oof. Invasion up ahead. This will be Rowena. There we go. Clean heal there. Alright, this shouldn't be too bad. Skeleton Lord is also, I think, resistant magic, possibly. Maybe not. But anyway. So I usually go after Halberd guy first. Yeah, look at that. 2-shot. Takes 2 hits. So what we want to do is not kill all 3 of them. We want to kill one and then kill off the main. The gimmick here is like every skeleton you kill, every skeleton lord you kill, will spawn a bunch of like different types of skeletons as part of their like finale attack. So the one with the halberd will spawn like a bunch of standard skeletons. There's a lot of kiting involved in this fight. Kite around the perimeter of the room, use the pillars for cover. This fight isn't too bad with like a good cleaving weapon. Good cleaving weapon, you can just you know. But with single target magic like this build is, not so good. They're one shots with their shield down though. That's good. We have like 5 skeletons left. I wasn't aiming for him. Okay. And of course, the way AI works in the Dark Souls games, if there are a certain number of enemies surrounding you, the AI is intentionally designed to not like gang up on you, kind of like an action movie, you know. If there's like a gang of guys surrounding the protagonist, they just kind of will like hang back and wait for a bit before they can all just attack you all at once. It'll never really happen where they attack you all at once. So let me try Soul Barrage. Okay. So that's the halberd guy done. And I believe the next guy that I want to kill, I think, is the scythe guy. Because he will spawn like 5 or 6 like sort of superior skeletons, like armored skeletons, right? Yeah. Oh. Ooh, one shot with soul spirit, a soul arrow. Nice. Oh. Like that. All those dudes. Okay. So that's too far away. There we go. And this guy will spawn 2 bone wheels. Oops, I missed. There you go. A little more hectic if you choose to kill all those guys at once. There's skeletons everywhere. But if you take it slow and controlled like that, not a problem. Just took a little longer with this build. No real like AoE to speak of. Not right now, at least. We do have some line spells, you know, in the form of Soul Spear, but we didn't really need line. We need some AoE, some like radial spells. Okay. Ain't the Harvest Valley.
Are you a traveler?
Why bonfire ascetic? Let's use L. Soul P isn't dead again.
I came.
Exhaust your dialogue. There you go.
We'll meet again.
Hi. Now she'll appear in... I'm pretty sure that's all we have to do is to go through dialogue for her to appear in Majula. Majula Oblongata. Right? She's right there, yeah. And... pop some souls. Don't need any boss weapons from these bosses, so we're good. Get more of that ADP. We're close. I need 105. We're at agility 104. We have almost equivalent of fast roll, high frames. We have bonfire static, so now we can try a different bonfire. I wonder if we can... Again, I don't really remember this area very well. How do we get... that bonfire down here? Oh. It's probably better to go like this way. Slowly open doors. Resident Evil style. Oh, right. I was like, what the heck? Taking them 3 hits to kill. Oh, that's because it's New Game Plus. See, that respawned. The boss didn't because I think that I have to be a different spot. Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. Oh, he didn't die! Okay, yeah, sliver of health left. Still got me. Everything in there respawned. The iron chests do not respawn. So that room there. I get. Oh shoot. Okay, this will make me slide into my death. See, that door right where the middle of the camera there, I have to get in that door. But I don't remember how to do that. You go this way? Fires. Cobras! Cobras! Oh, torches. That's not it. So this right here is a trap? No. This is a dead end though. Pretty sure. Chunk is good, assuming I was using a different weapon. Ouch. This right here is a trap. Try attacking. Anything here? Oh, gee. Oh, boy. spell. That was on Soul Spear. Yeah, so I think, like, if you do this, isn't it like, there's like sand behind this door, I think. Yeah. Miscreant required ahead. It's locked. Not in this doorway at all. What is that? What's this door lead? I have no idea where I am. I never explored this area. How do I get to that door? Yeah, oof is right. Hang on, let me put on the binoculars. So with the binoculars, you can spell snipe in this game. They're actually, as opposed to the other games, they're actually kind of useful. You can't, when the enemies are too far away to lock onto, and you can just zoom in with it. Is that a path there? Can you jump over there? Oh! Around while I have the chance. Like that door in there leads to the boss, the soul boss lady. Oops. Ah, take that. Get along, little doggy. That jump isn't gonna work from here. How do you... Are you meant to jump over there? Why do I remember this at all? How the heck do I do this? This isn't a doorway. Oh boy. Can I do this? No? From here, there's really only one place to go. Is there you go. See, so she's high above me, but it doesn't matter. It would not have worked if I used the sorcerer's staff. Okay, I'm out of range, right? But I can smell. Oh no! I'm actually out of range for the spell as well. Get her! No! You're slow-moving projectiles. What side is it open from? Where's the doorway to open that door? Is it over here? Is this it? How is this thing still chasing me? I'm gonna gently look around. There's probably a doorway behind that bookshelf. Man. What's this? Where are we now? Oh, where I see where we are. We're on this side of the on this side of things? Oh man, this area is really twisty. That doesn't go anywhere. Can I jump into this hole? Yes, nice. Ugh. Okay, well, we can jump into that hole reliably, so. Let's see if guys come out here. Nope. Okay. This is just a room with a chest in it. What's this chest? Soul Vortex. Hey, look at that. I actually forgot about that chest. I actually wasn't planning on using that spell for this playthrough, but we can check it out. I'm pretty sure the damage is not as good as some of the other spells that we've been using, but we can see. Bonfire head. I know there's a bonfire, and that's what I'm trying to get to. Okay, so I can see that. Yeah, this is the room with the boss soul lady. That room goes to the room with the chest. This room is still a dead end. That's counter damage. Maybe it's. Hey, let's just try Soul Vortex while we're at it. Takes 1 slot to use. We may as well. I mean, that might be good. Let me see if I can better show off the casting time. Oops. Oh, there's that. Yeah, like it's really hard to start to see by the eye, but it is a little slower, like by like a quarter of a second. Anyway, whatever. So that seems like it might be good. It depends on like a few factors on like how much damage each of the bullets do, like if the entire orb gets like destroyed when it hits a wall or something, or yeah. Let's see. So here's a bunch of little enemies. Let's see how this does against them. Yeah, I mean that's not bad. I mean it killed one of them. Maybe it's meant to be used unlocked, is the idea? Could be. Like, it's meant to just, like, be aimed just in a general direction, just like... It's interesting. This room has nothing else in it. Forgive my impromptu, just like rediscovery of this entire area. As I try to figure out what I'm supposed to be doing, where I'm supposed to be going to get this bonfire. Jumping off ahead, but be wary of Quagmire. So I meant to fall down here? Here's how you get down here. Is this the way? Oh, I think we figured. I think I remember the area now. I think this is it. Yep, the walls definitely do not care about that. Has a long casting time on that. Even oh. Oh, the bat staff, nice. Lightning urn, and then you go down here, torch ahead or death, because of all the spiders. I think he means. Binocs. Ew, gross. No, stay still. Nice. Spell sniper. I have the spell sniper feat. Come here. Come here. Up. And up. Oh man. Spell sniping is so good in Dark Souls 2. Not so good in Dark Souls 1, but Dark Souls 2 is pretty boss. Best feat. The one that everyone takes, yeah. We did it! Whoops. It's close. Yes, this is how, okay. So you had to go all that time. I totally didn't remember how to do that, man. Okay. Great. So I think that if we use the bonfire static on this bonfire, then it'll, okay, hey, hi. Cannot use bonfire. Well, I guess we'll try to use Soul Vortex then. Oh gosh. I mean, that was okay. I wanted to hurt more guys than that. So we're gonna try to aesthetic this bonfire here and see if this works. Should have lit my torch first. Should have taken that message seriously. Actually, we're rest first. Let me check here. Yeah, so this is the little number in the bottom right of each of the zones shows you what intent, like what new game that area is. So the Brightstone Cove bonfire might be the one that we need to burn. Let's just try it. Let's just try it. Let's do some sciencing. How about that? I thought this run was gonna be just from start to finish was just gonna be me being like, yeah, I know all of everything, I remember everything, but I do not. All right. Plus, we got Soul Vortex out of that, which we didn't expect to get this playthrough, but yeah. So from here, what's the path to the boss from here? My question. I guess you're meant to like run back up the stairs or something. Up the ladder, and then like. See, this is why I don't know this area, is because I never use this bonfire. This bonfire is actually, I think, is more inconvenient for the boss run. And this bonfire is mostly for here if you want to quickly get to the boss soul lady, but even then, anybody's another effigy. We have 7. We're still in good shape. Okay, so okay, whoa, hey, okay, whoa, hey, okay, oh. So that's the other thing I forgot to mention. In New Game Plus, there are, you know, some enemies are different, and a couple bosses act differently, and there are also additional enemies that are added in some parts of the world. Gravity wins again, yeah. All damage is the realest thing in Dark Souls 2. Go this way. Okay, so you're meant to... Oh, I'm stuck down here, though. Should I... Maybe I should... Bonfire. Maybe I should... burn the bonfire in this so in this one, and then go back to the other bonfire. It's easier to get to the boss from there. That's the one I always use. This is science. This is all science. So, let's see if Freya respawned. So, light torch. Yeah, this is even though I know a lot about the mechanics, I haven't done every build, right? So, you know, getting Crystal Soul Spear is not usually a thing, like a thing I do a lot. I figured for the sake of the run, I should probably try to get all the best spells, of which Soul Vortex is not one of them. Like, it wasn't on my list of things to get, but let's just go with it. There you go. So much easier. There you go. We still have the torch. We're still good. I forget what's in this room. What's in here? That's why I never opened that door. Excuse me. It's a dead end with an item inside. I'm not sure what the item is. For science! You've blinded me with torch science! Up. And up. Oops. Whoops is right. That was a foreshadowed whoops right there. My baby mage legs cannot handle any slight drop. Five vigor. What is it? Yeah, five vigor. The amount of HP I have is... Also, we have 5 vigor with the Northern Ritual Band equipped, which is giving me even less HP than I should have. Forlorn! What the? 2 Forlorn invasions in one night? That's crazy. Three Homeward Bones? No wonder I never go in there. Right? What? 3 Homeward Bones. Forlorn is here too? Oh my goodness! What's going on? What a turn of events, man. That room is insanity. Alright, I meant to fall off of this and land on this spider web, and then go over here and land on this spider web, and then land over here and land on the ground right here. Yes! Okay. So that's what I had to do. I had to use I had to use the... Okay. I guess I put on hard mode. Okay. Here we go. That's not the one I want. Give me the laser. Give me a laser. Here we go. Let's see how this vortex does against this boss. Brrr. Not good. Not good. So it looks like Soul Vortex is mostly for like ads and like lots of minions and stuff. It's not for our build. Our build is big damage, big old damage, single target damage, with some lions mixed in. That's worse than Kamehameha. Yeah, Soul Stream. Yeah, it's buffed in Cinders, but yeah. In vanilla Dark Souls 3, it's kind of, they were a little too afraid of how powerful it might be, so they kind of nerfed it. No, give me laser. Laser. Laser me, Dad. Oh, you know, our damage is alright. It's just, you know, it's not amazing. Like, that's way better. That's way better than Soul Vortex. Come on. Don't get your pincer in my face. I might target the wrong thing. Okay. Next. Race heavy soul arrows. Gonna be worth it. We're gonna get Crystal Soul Spear. We're gonna get an early game too. It's gonna take a little while here. Did the boss thingy work, or did we actually reset the game? No, it worked. I used the wrong bonfire. I didn't know how it worked, or how, like, yeah, that particular bonfire that I was at was the right one. That's not what I want. There you go. Ugh. Good. Oh! I was scratching my face. I forgot you did that. Laser. One attack here, probably. Okay. Don't spit. Don't spit. Don't spit so close to me. Oh! Oh! No! I'm trying to stay like kind of close to medium so I have enough time to run across the other side of her. So I kind of don't like this spot. Like how she's up against the wall like this. I could go for two casts there, but I don't know. A little bit wary about it, about two. Yeah, see, it's worth because move her body around. Oh gosh! Oh, well, she did that so close. Wall right here. Yes! Yosh! Yatta! Okay. Old Pale Drake Soul. That's the thing we needed. Oh, another favorite rancher Yor, nice. So all of the great soul bosses, they have souls that are references to the Dark Souls 1 great soul bosses. GG Ata. So the case of Drux de Freya, the old Pale-Drake soul is Seath's soul, which is why you get Crystal Soul Spear from it. You can also get Moonlight Greatsword from this soul. We also got a lot of souls from killing that boss in New Game Plus, so we're gonna level a bunch. Get ourselves to. Let's be a little greedy and get ourselves to 110 agility. Yeah, and then from here, let's get to leveling more int. So we have the old Pale-Drake soul, which means to actually use it to get Crystal Soul Spear, we need to access the other guy who can turn boss souls into weapons and spells and stuff, and he is in this place. He's in the Lost Bastille, which would be. Where is he? He's above. Where is he? Let's go from McDuff's. McDuff's. Oh man, that was hard. I was so lost there. It was crazy. I haven't lost in Dark Souls in a long time. Take this, Soul Vortex. Oh no! Ah! Retreat. The thing last time where you re-enter the boss room is it finally done? Yes. We've beaten that boss twice now, which is what we had to do to acquire the items that we needed. And actually, from this angle, probably let me go from a different part of the zone. Go from this way. Ow. A little MacGyver over there. There we go. That's worth getting. Not very far out of the way. Pursuer should invade me here, I think, right? No? Pretty sure. I'm trying to kill this dog. Oh, there he is. Wait, no, come back! I wanted to fight you! Okay, well. He thought I was in a different... But what happens is, Pursuer will appear at random places throughout the game, and, he'll just attack you. And... But if you, like, get too far away, or you leave the area where he kind of spawns in, he'll just be like, okay, I'm gonna leave now. So what happened was, I was kind of, like, on the, like, just on the border of that room. This room right here. So he saw me, his AI was like, okay, I guess he's leaving, and so he left. I don't want to kill him though. I've got this doggo right here. There you go. There's an Ashen Estus Flask Shard here, or whatever. Ashen Estus, or Estus Flask Shard. Yes, and Large Titanite Shard. Good. Does beating a Pursuer give good loot? Yes, it gives you a rare upgrade material. Which normally you can only get, like, later on in the game. Or you sequence break like I did and get enough for it. Excuse me? You don't shoot me. You don't shoot me? Oh. Soul of a nameless soldier. Ah. Nope. Get in there. Yeah, fall. Ha! Deed. I want that item because that's a bonfire aesthetic. Now that I remember this area, what you can do is try down, but be wary of jumping off. Yeah. So like you can just oh nope, hang on. You do this. You remember how to do this exactly? You can just. I think I might die if I do this, won't I? There we go. I did it, but let me out of here. I think am I dead here? Yeah, you can land on that little middle section right here. Oklahoma. That was close. What's in this chest? Another area of the game I never go to. Well, it's a dusk herb. Good thing I checked that chest. I think in here is where's that shadow? Oh, wait, he died, right? So in here I think is the twin blade of some kind of twin blade. Herring dagger, and then here's the twin blade. Hey! Oh, it's just called twin blade. Okay. Phew, okay. that twin blade? I can't wield it properly. Well, if I could wield it properly, it would look even cooler than that. Sorry, I went silent. I had to do my daily fractals for Guild Wars 2. No worries. Understandable. Unpetrify this guy. This is, what's his name? Be able to cast one. That's all I... Did you figure out the jiggle edge dance? Not sure who you're asking about. BDK or myself. Strayed, of course. How could I forget? So he's like, I'll teach you my spells. And he sells the Ring of Knowledge, which we might actually want to get, even though it's really expensive. Because it increases the amount, it increases your intelligence. He sells the Hood of the Forlorn because we killed Forlorn once already. He'll sell more of his set the more times you kill Forlorn. And then here we go. Well, no, these are just his various spells that he sells. Cast Light, Strong Management. No, none of those are damage. Trade. Here we go. You can exchange your weapons, or your souls for various weapons. They're all pretty good. And you have unique qualities and stuff. Dragon Rider's Halberd. Here's Roaring Halberd from Skeleton Lords. Dragon Rider Bow. What's the World of Dark Souls 1 called? Lordran. Lordran. So here it is. Crystal Soul Spear. And Soul Shower, not damage. It costs 10k to get this. Able cast one. We don't need Duxia Freya's soul for anything, I don't think, so we want to pop that. And pop all these little ones. Okay, so here we go. Crystal Soul Spear. We don't even have enough intelligence to wield it to wield it yet, but let's get that. There we go. Good stuff. We finally got it. And let me just double check here. Ring of Knowledge. We can get that. You in the Souls room where you thought you'd die doing the jiggle dance. The jiggle dance in the Souls room. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Let's get that. Able cast one. And let's fill it out. Okay, so now we've got our rings filled here. Forget it. You be on your way. Where is it? Ring of Knowledge. So +5 intelligence, the way this gives us. Which actually means that we can wield the Crystal Soul Spear. Right? Because... yeah, nice. Crystal Soul Spear. And then we have Soul Spear. Soul Spear Barrage, and then we're going in order of damage. Great Heavy Soul Arrow. Heavy Soul Arrow. Oh, baby. We're looking good. We're looking good. I mean, our spellcasts aren't looking too good, but that's okay. Dun, dun, dun. Oh! No! 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 run, and we explode! Here I come! I'm gonna blow up! What, so what's the lore on in Orlando being in Lothric when it was in Lordran? So in Dark Souls 3, all of the worlds are converging, and so basically the world's ending, and the unkindled Lord Soul bosses in that game are like, they were like resurrected so they could, you know, link the fire. But instead of doing that, they're just like, yeah, I'm just gonna go away and not do that. And so they went to their respective homes and stuff. And the world kind of was like, yeah, you're not doing that. So the world like pulled all the different places together to like kind of to converge them to where the bonfire is. So kind of like the world's kind of designed in such a way that, like, if you try to you know, escape the fate of linking the fire, the world's like, well, you're gonna link the fire because I'm gonna pull you to it. So when by the time you encounter Aldrich in Dark Souls 3, by the time the player character encounters Aldrich, he so happens to be in Orlando, in the middle of devouring Gwendolyn. So that's why it's there. And in the DLC, excuse me, oh, in the DLC, you see that even further. So like this like sort of like this converging of times and places all together, like, you know, in one place. Where the Dreg Heap, if you look around the Dreg Heap, you can see like there's just stuff everywhere. So does that go to the enemy or gravity? That's gotta be a gravity kill ultimately, I feel like. Go to sleep, man. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Oh gosh! I forgot I had to reinitiate the thing. No ooh. No ooh. No ooh ooh ooh. I'm a Squishmaster General right now. It's advisable when you play the video game for the first time, you don't have 5 vigor and wear a ring that lowers your HP. Ouch. Get on the thing! Oh! Alright. Now, what we want to do right now is go left. Normally you don't do this, but there's actually a secret door right here. And this has an item we want. It's a Northern Ritual Band +0. Which we want because, as I explained before, it's actually better for us. Gives us more HP, but about the same amount of casts. For like more high-powered spells. What is this again? Is this a good item in Scholar? I don't remember. It is, but not for this build. Blossom Kite Shield is basically the Grass Crest Shield. Bloomp. And head over here. Dark Souls 2 does not have a quick roll like Bloodborne does. Quick roll happened at first was put in Bloodborne. Oh, bye. Alright, well, let's... First boss with Crystal Soul Spear, see how the damage is. Now, one of the gimmicks in this fight is the dark. Everything's dark. So your lock-on range is shorter than usual. As long as you stay close, it's okay. Oh, baby! That's some good damaggio. Oh! Oh! Lost center. More like lost sucks. 4-shot. Well, that's one of the great soul bosses. Crystal Soul Spear is doing some work. Bigger branch of yore. Okay, that's 2 of 4. There's still like a good number of items that we can still get to improve our damage. We just haven't gotten to the area yet. All right, our ADP is good. We're at 34 adaptability with 110 agility, so that's good. We're done with that. Let's just level. Let's just keep pumping intelligence, I guess. Intelligence and attunement, maybe. Is this the Skull of the First Sin? It is Skull of the First Sin version. I prefer this version. And I've played through it so many times that it's kind of like the version I kind of default to. I own both versions, but yeah, I have a preference for this one. Let's see. What next thing should we do? So we can go down the Rotten, or we can do. Oh, we should definitely do Iron Keep next, because we want the sorcery clutch ring. Which is this way. It's the poison pool. Yep. Also, poison in Dark Souls 2 is no joke. Look how bad poison is. Look at this. That's poison. That's not toxic. Now it doesn't last very long, but man, when it does, while it's going on. Ooh, hold the dust curve, nice. We done the Rotten yet? Not yet. I put him on lower priority just because the other paths had more items that I wanted to collect. So I'm probably gonna save him for last out of the 4. Hey! Get out of here! No! I couldn't roll! It's basically toxic. Yeah, it's toxic is even worse. The toxic is still in this game, so it's basically GG if you get toxic. Any crystal lizards? We can just run through this bit. Oh, well. Excuse me, excuse me. Those guys attack very slowly, but they will mess you up if they hit you. They're guaranteed kill, pretty much. Over here, down this path is the altar for the Sunlight Covenant. Don't you do it! Should have rolled to the left, not to the side there. They make poison pots more potent than they make those poison spitting statues in the Gulch. This is the most sadistic souls to me. Yes, the Black Gulch is a pretty intense area. Very small, very short, but it's no holding back on that area. Should have stood there here for a second and let the guy run through the poison. There you go. That's what I should have done. There you go. You think he would know his own home, but he doesn't. All right, here we go. Nice. That's good damage, man. GG. That's some good damage. He didn't even get a chance to attack? Oh, man. I thought this was DS, not Star Wars. Everyone makes the what's his name? Jabba the Hutt references with Covetous Demon. I mean, I don't blame him. It looks just like him. To be honest, debating on whether I should get it for the PS4. I have it for the PS3, but I wouldn't mind playing that plus the DLC. DLCs are good. They're real good. Let's see. They're arguably the best part of the Souls games, or of the Dark Souls 2. Now we don't need this. We'll pop that. Don't need this. We'll pop this. Oh, there's her animation of her just waiting. Oh, look, she's doing the kill kicks. Yeah, stand up.
Is that a shark?
I want a level.
To see, however.
I mean, once I get partner, you'll have to do it so we can play it together. Partner, I mean, it's gonna be like 5 years. Ooh. Ouch. I mean, I've been streaming for like 3 years, so not that I intended to become some big shot partner or anything when I first started, but it takes time. It really takes a lot of that's the point. Yeah. See, Jin underestimated how much people would want to get him affiliate. How many friends and compatriots he could make on Twitch right away. He was like, "Oh, wait till I'm an affiliate." It was like this, like that. I'll never get partnered, and I'll never have to play DS2. But then you'll miss out. BDK would be sad if you didn't play DS2. Do you want that? You want BDK to be sad? Is that it? So rude. I have one last bargaining chip. I mean, you can't say you didn't have fun, Jen, with Dark Souls 1. I mean, maybe a little. Kappa. I mean, it seemed like you were having fun. Hey! Okay, yep, that's fine. Oh, pierced. Get pierced by Soul Spear line attack. You guys are the worst. Those mannequin guys are the absolute worst enemies in the game. They're so bad. Why am I using Soul Spear? Just using Crystal Soul Spear. Oof! Oh no! Oh no! I thought I heard an enemy behind me. I know he did. He got that confidence boost beating that invader. Plus, that invader was so clutch, man. It was such a good fight. Oh man, I was on the edge of my seat. It was great. Plus, we never lost an invasion in our run. That's true. Yeah, it was all right. I'd have more fun playing Monster Hunter with BDK though. Oh well, maybe you guys will get around to playing Monster Hunter World at some point. Well, I guess for someone who's usually not used to playing Dark Souls, it's, you know, it's saying that it's all right is pretty good. What I want to do here is use our torch to light this windmill on fire. This will change the boss arena, so the boss will not, you know, be standing in poison, and that's very important because the boss absorbs poison. Pretty sure that's his last bargaining chip. I have a bad memory being one shot by phantoms with Soul Spear, hence the more cautious or play around mages. Yeah, it can get that way. Oops. Oh gosh, you're the worst. There you go. I think there's a... Oh, don't do this. Don't. Finish him. Heal. Heal. Oh, it was going on my lips. There's something back there. I think it's a... Well, it's a desert pyromancer, but also like a ring. I think it's like some kind of spell related ring. I don't think it's for a build for our build though. Should let that just to be sure. Huh? I laugh at your advancements, mannequins. No, I ran out of the gate, man. Oh, the worst. They're so fast. Oh, oops, wrong spell. Whoop. I'm not playing Bloodborne. Nope, unfortunately for you, you only beat one boss of Bloodborne. That is the bargaining chip. Out of all the games, that's the one that Jin seems the most resistant to. Yeah, spell quartz. So yeah, it's magic defense, not magic attack. That's what I thought. Okay. Yep, good job. You got me. Get him. There, oh. That's because he's actually gotta actually get close. Plus, he gets spooked easily by scary things. I mean, the game isn't that scary. I mean, maybe it is, I guess. Because I don't know. I guess it's something's not that scary when you can just like beat it to death. You know, like scary games are like Amnesia or something, where it's like you're just supposed to like run away from stuff. But like whenever I play a game where I'm like, oh, I can just beat this thing up, it gets less scary. But in terms of visuals, yeah, there's some spooky visuals in Bloodborne for sure. For sure, especially if you know all the little secrets and stuff. Okay. Oh. Whoop. So now. Go to the left, maybe? Scary Things for me is quite something that is plausible to know if you've ever watched Wreck or its remake Quarantine. I've seen bits and pieces of it. It was like Quarantine in particular. It was like some kind of found footage type deal, you know. Oop. What do we got here? Sorry, that's pretty good. I mean, she kind of resists magic as well, Mitha. So that's why, you know, I feel like more damage would be good there. But oh, that was not the way I thought you were gonna attack. Bloom. That's good. Okay, good. Damage is still really good, considering she's resists magic to a certain degree. Nice. Those are 6 hits. So the quarantine is an outbreak of rabies that turns people zombie-like. Yes, yes. I do know rabies can make people more aggressive. It is the found footage sort type of film, yeah. Yeah. I guess the sort of the fear of, you know, fear of the unknown kind of thing is fear of the unknown, but like it's still like something. It's related to something that is it's based on something that happens in real life. It's kind of like you know those ants, the fungus that infects the ants. And it's how that was the basis for the clickers in Last of Us. Fear of the unknown, that's why people fear death. Yeah. Fear of losing yourself in that unknown as well. 63 int. Also want to go with more attunement for more slots. Go for more attunement. Great, that's this flash shard? No, that's this flash shards. Let's go stock up on these. There we go. Okay, well, I think we should wrap it up. It's been 4 hours. And we've made a good amount of progress. I got lost more than I thought I would, so I expected to get a little further than I did today. But next time, we're going to... I'm actually going to go over to Iron Keep to remember where I was. We're going to go over to Iron Keep. We're going to get the key there, which will unlock access to the DLC. And then also beat the Iron King, which will get us access to the DLC. We can get more rings that will help us do even more damage. and then we'll see about that rare drop headpiece. Let's see. Whoops. Let's see. Who is streaming tonight? Who we have in my follow list? Who is streaming tonight? Oh my goodness. Shadeless is playing Elder Scrolls. Let's raid Shadeless. I haven't raided him in a while. Shade. There he is. Playing RPG, playing Elder Scrolls Online, so that makes sense. We'll go there. Thank you all for joining me. That was a lot of fun. That was a little crazy. That was a little crazy, but yeah, enjoyable. BDK, thank you. Adamant, thank you for the 3 months sub. Thank you, man. Thank you for the architect. Jinho, thank you for hanging out with me. And Yoshi OST. Send the Shadeless your Mifuki mind blows if you got them, and I will talk to you, Lord willing, on Friday while we continue this run. See how far we get. See if we get lost again. Anyway, join me with Shadeless, and I will see you next time.